parents embezzled my inheritance to fund my brother's lifestyle, so I reported them to IRS. I'm 27 years ago, and just discovered my parents have been embezzling from the trust fund my grandmother left me. They've taken over $380,000 in the past 9 years to fund my golden child brother's expensive lifestyle, while telling me the trust was invested poorly. I reported them to the IRS for tax fraud, and they're now facing federal charges. My entire family says I've destroyed them over money. My maternal grandmother died when I was 18. She left me a $500,000 trust fund, managed by my parents until I turned 25. The terms were clear. The money was mine for education, and then full disbursement at 25. My parents were trustees with fiduciary duty to manage it responsibly. Throughout college, I asked for tuition payments from the trust. My parents said the fund had underperformed, and they could only give me partial amounts. I took out $40,000 in student loans to cover the gaps. Meanwhile, my brother Marcus, 3 years older, was living large. New car, luxury apartment, expensive vacations, all while working a mediocre sales job. When I turned 25 last year, I requested full disbursement. My parents said the trust was worth only $95,000 due to bad investments and market losses. I was devastated, but accepted it until my uncle, my grandmother's son, mentioned that he'd set up an identical trust for his daughter, and it had grown to over $600,000 in the same time frame. That didn't add up. I hired a forensic accountant to review the trust. She found systematic withdrawals categorized as investment fees and management costs, totaling $380,000. But these weren't legitimate fees. They were cash withdrawals deposited into my parents' personal accounts and then transferred to Marcus. My parents had been stealing from my inheritance for 9 years to fund Marcus's lifestyle. New car? My trust fund. Luxury apartment? My trust fund. His investment in a failed business? My trust fund. They'd taken everything my grandmother left me and given it to their favorite child. When I confronted them, my dad said they'd borrowed the money and planned to pay it back. My mom cried, saying Marcus needed help getting established, and I was always more independent. That they'd done what they thought was fair, because Marcus struggled more than I did. I said, embezzling from your daughter's inheritance isn't fair. It's theft. They said I was overreacting and could sue them in civil court if I wanted my money back. But family doesn't destroy family over money. So, I reported them to the IRS. The trust withdrawals were supposed to be documented as distributions to me, with appropriate tax treatment. Instead, my parents had been hiding the money, not reporting it as income, and committing tax fraud for nearly a decade. The federal investigation moved faster than I expected. IRS agents interviewed me, reviewed the forensic accounting, and subpoenaed my parents' financial records. What they found was worse than I'd imagined. Not only had my parents stolen from my trust, but they'd been committing tax fraud on multiple fronts for years. The $380,000 they'd taken from my trust fund should have been reported as distributions to me, with me paying taxes on it. Instead, they'd categorized it as fake fees, and neither they nor I had paid taxes on it. But that wasn't all. Marcus had been reporting significantly lower income than he'd actually received because the money was coming from my trust through my parents, rather than as legitimate income. My parents had essentially created a tax evasion scheme that benefited Marcus while destroying my inheritance. The IRS charged my parents with tax fraud, failure to file accurate returns, and filing false documents. Marcus was charged as well for underreporting income. All three are facing potential federal prison time, plus massive fines and back taxes. My mother called me hysterical, saying I'd destroyed the family. That yes, they'd made mistakes with the trust, but getting the federal government involved was vindictive and cruel. That they could lose their house, their retirement, possibly go to prison, because I couldn't handle disappointment maturely. My father sent a different message, cold and threatening. Said I'd always been ungrateful, that they'd raised me and given me everything, and this is how I repaid them. That if they go to prison, it's on my conscience. That I'm dead to him. Marcus has been posting on social media about how his vindictive sister is trying to destroy the family over a financial disagreement. That I'm jealous of his success and using legal technicalities to punish my parents for treating him well. His friends have been messaging me, calling me a spoiled brat who can't handle not being the favorite. But here's what they're not saying. I worked through college while taking loans because my parents claimed my trust fund was depleted. I lived frugally, graduated with debt, and started my career carefully managing money. Meanwhile, Marcus lived lavishly on money stolen from me, never knowing sacrifice or financial stress. Extended family is divided. My grandmother's siblings are furious. She left that money specifically for my education and future, and my parents violated her wishes. They're supporting my decision to report the fraud. But my father's family thinks I've gone too far, that civil court would have been sufficient, that criminal charges against your own parents is unforgivable. My dad's brother told me, you could have sued them in civil court and recovered the money. Instead, you chose to potentially send them to federal prison. That's not justice, that's revenge. Maybe he's right. I could have pursued civil remedies, but civil court would have taken years and cost tens of thousands in legal fees I don't have. More importantly, they'd committed crimes. They'd stolen from me systematically, lied about it repeatedly, and then committed tax fraud to hide it. The prosecutor asked if I wanted them to offer my parents a plea deal. They could plead guilty to reduced charges, pay back taxes and fines, and potentially avoid prison time if they made full restitution. I said no. I want them charged with everything they did. My therapist asked if I was seeking justice or punishment. I said both. They stole my inheritance, funded my brother's lifestyle with it, lied to me for years, and felt entitled to do so because they're my parents. That deserves punishment. The case has progressed over the past 6 months. My parents' lawyer tried to negotiate a settlement where they'd pay me back over time in exchange for me asking the IRS to drop charges. I refused, and the prosecutor explained that's not how federal criminal cases work. The government is the plaintiff now, not me. My parents pleaded guilty as part of a deal. My father got 18 months in federal prison plus 3 years probation. My mother got 1 year plus probation. Marcus got probation and community service as a first-time offender who cooperated. They collectively owe over $200,000 in back taxes, penalties, and fines. They had to sell their house to begin paying. The judge's statement during sentencing was damning. She said my parents had violated the most basic fiduciary duty, protecting their child's inheritance, that they'd stolen from their daughter to give to their son, then compounded it with years of tax fraud. That the breach of trust was particularly egregious coming from parents. My mother sobbed through the sentencing. My father stared at me with pure hatred. Marcus avoided looking at me at all. The rest of the family sat silent in the courtroom as my parents were led away. I'm getting about $125,000 in restitution after lawyers, fees, and taxes. Not the $380,000 they stole, and certainly not the $500,000 my grandmother left me, but something. The rest is going to the IRS and legal fees. Was it worth it? I sent my parents to prison. My father will serve 18 months in a federal facility. My mother will serve 1 year. They'll be convicted felons for the rest of their lives. My family has been shattered, and I got back about a quarter of what was stolen from me. Some relatives have cautiously reached out. My grandmother's sister told me she's proud I stood up for myself and honored my grandmother's wishes. She said my grandmother would be horrified by what my parents did and would support my decision completely. But my father's family has completely cut me off. They believe I could have resolved this without destroying my parents' lives. that I chose the nuclear option out of spite and jealousy toward Marcus. Marcus posted a long Facebook rant about how I've always been the difficult one, and how he's not responsible for our parents' financial decisions, conveniently leaving out that he spent hundreds of thousands of dollars that he knew came from somewhere but never questioned. My brother is 30 years old. He spent nearly $400,000 of my inheritance over 9 years. At some point, he had to have wondered where that money was coming from. His parents worked middle-class jobs. Where did he think they got the cash to fund his luxury lifestyle? He chose not to ask questions because the answer would have required him to have a conscience. I'm in therapy, processing everything. My therapist says I did what I needed to do to hold them accountable, but that doesn't mean it won't hurt. That you can make the right decision and still grieve the family you lost in the process. I grieve what could have been. If my parents had just managed my trust fund properly, I'd have graduated debt-free with $500,000 to start my adult life. Instead, I have $40,000 in student loans, eventually got $125,000 in restitution, and sent my parents to federal prison. They made their choices. They chose Marcus over me. They chose theft over honesty. They chose tax fraud over admitting what they'd done. Every choice was theirs. I just chose not to protect them from the consequences. People ask if I feel vindicated. I don't. I feel sad. My parents are in prison. My brother hates me. My family is fractured. And I'm sitting here with a fraction of my inheritance wondering if there was another way. But every time I doubt myself, I remember sitting in my parents' living room at 25, hearing that my $500,000 trust fund had somehow become $95,000. I remember the genuine tears my mother cried explaining how the investments had failed. I remember my father's condescending explanation of market losses. They looked me in the eyes and lied about stealing from me. For years. And they did it to give my inheritance to my brother because they loved him more. That's not a mistake. That's not a misunderstanding. That's systematic betrayal by the two people who were supposed to protect me most. So yes, I reported them. Yes, they're in prison. Yes, I'd do it again. My grandmother left me that money because she believed in my future. My parents stole it because they believed in Marcus more. The IRS convicted them because they committed federal crimes. I'm not the villain in this story, even though my family has cast me in that role. I'm the daughter whose parents loved her brother more and proved it by embezzling her inheritance. The money is gone. The family is gone. But at least the truth is finally out there. And my parents are facing the consequences they spent 9 years trying to avoid. Some betrayals are too fundamental to forgive. This is one of them. My parents faked my grandmother's will to steal my inheritance. I had them criminally charged. I'm 31 Euro F, and I just sent my parents to prison for forging my grandmother's will. They created fake documents leaving her entire $1.2 million estate to them, instead of splitting it equally among her 4 grandchildren as she'd actually intended. They successfully stole my $300,000 inheritance for 6 years before I discovered the original will. When I confronted them with proof of the forgery, they said I was ungrateful and should accept that they needed the money more than I did since they were older. I reported them to the police and testified against them at trial. Now they're serving 5 to 7 years for fraud, and my entire family says I destroyed my parents over money they would have left me eventually anyway. My grandmother died 6 years ago. She was wealthy, owned rental properties, had successful investments, lived frugally, and saved well. Her estate was worth approximately $1.2 million. At the will reading, the lawyer explained that my grandmother had left everything to my parents. My siblings and I would inherit nothing directly. We'd only receive anything if our parents chose to pass it down to us eventually. I was surprised. My grandmother had always talked about leaving inheritances to her 4 grandchildren. She'd specifically mentioned wanting us each to have money for down payments on houses or starting businesses. Leaving everything to my parents, her only child, seemed out of character. But grief is complicated, and I didn't question it at the time. My parents assured us they'd use the money responsibly and help us out when we needed it. They bought a larger house, took expensive vacations, and generally lived well. Over 6 years, I asked for help with a down payment twice. Both times, my parents said the money was tied up in investments, and they couldn't access it right now. My siblings had similar experiences, promises of help that never materialized. Then, last month, I was visiting my aunt, my grandmother's sister, and she mentioned how shocked she'd been that my grandmother had changed her will at the last minute. I asked what she meant. My aunt explained that for years my grandmother had a will leaving her estate divided equally among her 4 grandchildren, $300,000 each. But apparently a few months before she died, she'd changed it to leave everything to my parents instead. That didn't make sense. My grandmother had been in hospice care those last months, heavily medicated and barely conscious. She couldn't have changed her will during that time. I asked my aunt if she'd seen the new will. She said no, just heard about it from my parents after the funeral. I asked if she'd seen the old will, the one leaving money to the grandchildren. She said yes, my grandmother had shown it to her years ago, and my aunt still had a copy that my grandmother had given her for safekeeping. She showed me the document. Dated 8 years ago, notarized, completely legal. It clearly stated my grandmother's estate should be divided equally among her 4 grandchildren. My parents weren't even mentioned except as executors. This was completely different from the will that had been read at the lawyer's office 6 years ago. I took the will my aunt had and contacted a probate lawyer. She reviewed both wills. The one my aunt had, dated 8 years ago, leaving estate to grandchildren, and the one that had been probated, dated 6 months before my grandmother's death, leaving everything to my parents. My lawyer immediately noticed problems with the new will. The signature looked traced. The witnesses were people my grandmother didn't know and couldn't have met while in hospice care. The notary stamp was from a notary who'd had their license suspended 2 years before the will's supposed date. My lawyer said this looked like forgery. We filed a motion to set aside the probate and requested a forensic document examination. The forensic examiner confirmed what we suspected. The signature on the new will was traced from other documents. The witnesses had been paid to sign. The notary stamp was fraudulent. The will was a complete forgery. Someone had created a fake will, making it look like my grandmother left everything to my parents, then probated that forged will while hiding the real will. My lawyer presented this evidence to the probate court, along with the original will my aunt had preserved. The court ordered my parents to show cause why the probate shouldn't be set aside and the original will enforced. My parents claimed the will my aunt had was outdated, and my grandmother had legitimately changed it before she died. But they couldn't explain the forged signature, fake witnesses, or fraudulent notarization. The probate court set aside the original probate and opened a criminal investigation. Forensic accountants traced the creation of the forged will to a document service my father had used. Investigators found emails between my parents discussing how to fix my grandmother's will before anyone saw it. They'd known about the real will, leaving money to the grandchildren. They'd forged a new one, leaving everything to themselves. They'd hidden the real will and probated the forgery. For 6 years, they'd been living off money they'd stolen from their own children. The evidence was overwhelming. The prosecutor charged both my parents with forgery, fraud, theft, and perjury from lying in probate court about the will's authenticity. My siblings were stunned. Our parents had stolen from us, from all 4 of us, $300,000 each, $1.2 million total, gone into my parents' bank accounts and spent on houses and vacations, while we struggled with student loans and couldn't afford homes. 3 of us agreed to cooperate with the prosecution. My brother refused, said he didn't want our parents to go to prison. But the state was prosecuting regardless of what we wanted. Forgery and fraud are crimes even if the victims forgive. The trial lasted 2 weeks. Prosecutors presented the forensic evidence, the forged documents, the emails discussing the forgery, everything. My parents' lawyer tried to argue they genuinely believed they had the right to inherit, and the will discrepancy was an innocent mistake. But the emails proved otherwise. Messages like, "The kids don't need to know about the original will," and "Once we probate the new version, it's done and they can't contest it later." The jury convicted on all counts. My mother got 5 years. My father got 7 years because he'd been the primary forger. The sentencing destroyed my family. My parents, both in their late 60s, are now in prison. They'll serve at least 4 and 6 years respectively before parole eligibility. The estate has been redistributed according to the original will. Each grandchild received approximately $280,000 after legal fees and accounting for money my parents had already spent that couldn't be recovered. My brother is furious with me, says I sent our parents to prison over money, that yes, they'd forged the will, but I could have handled it civilly without criminal charges, that now our parents will be in prison into their 70s and might die there. I told him they committed crimes, serious crimes, involving forgery and fraud, that they stole $300,000 from each of us and lied about it for 6 years, that the criminal charges weren't my choice. The state prosecutes fraud regardless. He said I could have refused to cooperate with the prosecution, made it harder to convict them. He's right. I testified against them, provided documents, gave detailed statements about their lies over the years. I chose to cooperate because they'd stolen from me and my siblings, because they'd forged legal documents and committed perjury, because they'd spent 6 years living well off money they'd stolen from their own children. Extended family is completely divided. My grandmother's siblings are appalled by what my parents did and support the prosecution. They say my grandmother would be horrified that her son forged her will. But my father's siblings think I've been too harsh. That yes, my parents were wrong, but sending them to prison in their 60s is cruel. That I could have taken the money civilly and left the criminal charges alone. My aunts keep saying, "They're your parents. You sent your own parents to prison," as if that fact should have prevented me from reporting their crimes. My mother writes letters from prison. Some are apologetic, saying they made terrible decisions and regret everything. Others are bitter, saying I've destroyed their retirement years over money I didn't even need since I have a good job. But I did need it. I've been renting for years because I couldn't afford a down payment. I have student loans. My siblings have similar financial struggles. That $300,000 each would have been life-changing. Instead, our parents stole it and spent it on themselves. They went on European vacations while I couldn't afford a house. They bought a luxury car while my sister struggled with medical debt. And they did it knowingly. Those emails proved they knew exactly what they were doing, stealing our inheritances and hoping we'd never find out about the original will. People ask if the money was worth sending my parents to prison. It's not about the money. It's about the betrayal. They forged legal documents. They committed fraud against their own children. They lied for 6 years. If they'd just asked us to loan them money or help them financially, maybe we could have worked something out. But they chose to forge our grandmother's will and steal our inheritances. I'm 31, finally able to afford a house with my inheritance. My parents are in prison, serving 5 and 7-year sentences. My brother won't speak to me. Extended family gatherings are impossible. But I have what my grandmother wanted me to have, and my parents face consequences for crimes they committed. Some families pass down wealth honestly. Mine forged wills and stole from their children. I just made sure they faced legal consequences for it. The prosecutor told me cases like this are more common than people think. Adult children discovering their parents forged wills or stole inheritances. Most don't prosecute because of family pressure. I prosecuted because they committed crimes, and I'd do it again. My parents chose forgery over honesty, prison over integrity, theft over asking for help. I chose justice over protecting criminals who happened to be my parents. We all made our choices. Now we all live with the consequences. My in-laws poisoned my dog to punish me for taking their son away. I had them prosecuted. I'm 3150 Neil, and my in-laws just killed my dog with antifreeze to punish me for moving their son across the country. My husband Mark and I relocated from Ohio to California for my career opportunity 3 years ago. His parents have resented me ever since, blaming me for stealing their son. Last month, they visited us, and within 24 hours of their departure, my 6-year-old golden retriever Max died of antifreeze poisoning. Vet records and our home security footage proved they'd poured antifreeze into his water bowl while we were at work. When I confronted them with evidence, they said Max was just a dog, and I'd taken away their son so they'd taken away something I loved. I filed criminal charges for animal cruelty. They're now facing felony convictions, and my husband has disowned them, but his entire family says I've destroyed their parents over a pet. Mark and I have been married for 5 years. His parents, Carol and Jim, were pleasant enough before we moved. They lived 20 minutes away, and we had weekly dinners with them. Then I got offered a director position in San Francisco with triple my Ohio salary. Mark was supportive, said we should take the opportunity. His job in tech was remote-friendly, so he could work from anywhere. We decided to move. Carol and Jim were devastated. Carol cried and said I was stealing her son. Jim said we were being selfish, prioritizing money over family. Mark tried to reassure them we'd visit regularly and they could visit us. But they took it as a personal betrayal. For 3 years, they've been cold toward me. Every phone call included passive-aggressive comments about Mark's wife who moved him away. Every visit back to Ohio involved tension and guilt trips. They'd tell Mark stories about things he was missing, family events, neighborhood gatherings, old friends asking about him. Mark stayed close with them despite the tension. He called weekly, visited every few months, tried to maintain the relationship. But they blamed me entirely for the distance. Last month, they announced they were coming to visit us in California for a week. Mark was excited. Maybe they were finally accepting our new life. I was nervous, but hopeful. The visit was strained from the start. Carol criticized our apartment, our neighborhood, our lifestyle choices. Jim kept mentioning how much better Ohio was. They made it clear they were unhappy we'd moved and wanted us to come back. On the 3rd day, Mark and I both had to work. We left Carol and Jim at our apartment with our dog Max. Max was a 6-year-old golden retriever we'd adopted 4 years ago. He was friendly, gentle, and beloved by everyone who met him. We came home that evening and Max seemed fine. Carol and Jim stayed 2 more days, then flew back to Ohio. The morning after they left, Max started vomiting and seemed disoriented. By evening, he couldn't stand. I rushed him to the emergency vet. The vet ran tests and found his kidneys were failing. Blood work showed ethylene glycol poisoning, antifreeze. I was confused. We don't use antifreeze, don't have any in the apartment. The vet said someone had to have given it to him, probably mixed in food or water. Even a small amount is fatal to dogs. Max died that night despite treatment. I was devastated. The vet said based on the progression, he'd likely ingested the antifreeze 3 to 4 days ago. That would have been the day we left Carol and Jim alone with him. I couldn't shake the suspicion. I reviewed our home security footage from that day. Clear video showed Carol going to our storage closet, finding a bottle of antifreeze we kept for emergencies, and pouring it into Max's water bowl. Jim stood watch while she did it. They deliberately poisoned my dog. I showed Mark the footage. He was in shock, refused to believe his parents would do something so cruel. I told him to watch the timestamp. It was unmistakable. Carol found the antifreeze, poured it in the water, and both of them left the apartment, knowing they'd poisoned Max. Mark called them immediately, put them on speakerphone, asked directly if they'd done anything to Max while they were here. Carol said no, why would they? Mark said Max had died of antifreeze poisoning the day after they left. Silence. Then Jim said, "That's unfortunate. He was just a dog. Mark said we had security footage showing Carol poisoning his water. More silence. Then Carol said, "You took away our son. We took away your dog. Now you know how it feels to lose something you love." Mark was stunned. I was furious. They'd killed Max, deliberately, with premeditation, to punish me for our move. I took the footage and vet records to police, filed a report for animal cruelty, showed them the security video, the antifreeze bottle, everything. The investigation was straightforward. The evidence was clear. Carol and Jim had poisoned Max deliberately. In California, animal cruelty causing death is a felony. They were charged and extradited from Ohio. Their lawyer tried to argue it was a misunderstanding, that Carol had thought the antifreeze was water. But the security footage showed her clearly reading the label and deliberately choosing that bottle. At trial, their defense shifted to claiming it was just a dog, and the charges were excessive. The prosecutor presented Max's medical records, the vet's testimony about his suffering, the security footage showing premeditation. Carol testified that she'd been upset about losing her son to me and wanted to hurt me the way I'd hurt her. That she'd known antifreeze was toxic to dogs and had intentionally poisoned him. The jury convicted on all counts. Carol got 3 years for animal cruelty causing death. Jim got 2 years as an accessory. Both were banned from owning animals for life. The family fallout has been catastrophic. Mark has completely cut off his parents. He testified against them at trial, saying what they did was unforgivable. He's been in therapy processing the fact that his parents killed his dog to punish his wife. Mark's siblings are furious with me. His brother says I've sent their parents to prison over just a pet. His sister says we could have handled this privately without criminal charges, that Max was old anyway and would have died soon. But Max was 6 years old and healthy, and they didn't just let him die. They deliberately poisoned him with a painful, cruel method. Antifreeze poisoning causes kidney failure over days. Max suffered for hours before dying. Mark's extended family has mostly sided with Carol and Jim. They say I'm vindictive for pressing charges instead of just cutting contact. That 3 years in prison is excessive punishment for killing a dog. But in California, it's a felony. Carol and Jim committed a felony, premeditated, on camera, with no remorse. The community response has been mixed. People who love animals are horrified and supportive. People who think, it's just a dog, think I've overreacted. I've received hate mail saying I'm cruel for sending elderly people to prison over a pet. Carol is 64, Jim is 67. They'll serve 18 to 24 months before parole eligibility. Some people think that's excessive for killing a dog. But Max wasn't just a dog to me. He was family. And Carol and Jim didn't accidentally harm him. They deliberately, premeditatedly poisoned him to punish me for moving their son. Mark has been my biggest support through this. He's horrified by what his parents did and fully supports the prosecution. He's told his siblings he'll never speak to anyone who defends what Carol and Jim did. His brother sent him a letter. "You're choosing a dead dog over your own parents." Mark responded, "My parents chose cruelty and revenge over having a relationship with their son. They killed my dog to hurt my wife. I'm choosing basic human decency." We've moved since the poisoning. Couldn't stay in the apartment where Max died. We adopted 2 rescue dogs, Luna and Bear. I installed security cameras everywhere and never leave them alone with anyone I don't completely trust. Carol and Jim will be released in about 2 years. They're banned from contacting us. Mark has said he'll never speak to them again, regardless of whether they apologize. I still grieve for Max. He was a good dog who died because my in-laws wanted revenge for a decision that wasn't even about them. Some families disagree respectfully. Some commit felonies to punish the people they blame for their disappointments. Carol and Jim chose cruelty. They're serving time for it. And Mark and I are building a life without them, with 2 new dogs they'll never meet. Max deserved better than to die as a pawn in someone else's resentment. At least his killers faced justice, even if it cost us Mark's entire family in the process. Some prices are worth paying. Justice for Max was one of them. My family forged my signature to be my disabled sister's lifelong caretaker. I emancipated. I'm 20, and I just discovered my parents legally forged my signature on guardianship documents, making me the permanent caretaker for my severely disabled sister Melissa, 18-year-old female, once they die. They set up a trust that requires me to care for her personally, not hire caregivers, or forfeit my entire inheritance. When I found the documents and confronted them, they said it was for Melissa's good, and I should be honored to sacrifice my life for family. I hired a lawyer, proved the forgery, voided the documents, and established my own independent life. Now my parents are facing fraud charges, and the family is calling me a monster who abandoned my disabled sister. Melissa has cerebral palsy and requires 24/7 care. She's nonverbal, wheelchair-bound, and needs help with all daily activities. My parents have been her primary caregivers her entire life, with support from home health aides. Growing up, I helped care for Melissa because that's what families do. I learned how to help transfer her, prepare her special diet, manage her medications. My parents always praised me for being such a good brother and said Melissa was lucky to have me. What they didn't tell me was that they were planning my entire future around Melissa's care. Last month, I was applying for an apartment and needed some documents from my parents' safe. They were out of town, and I had the combination for emergencies. While looking for my birth certificate, I found a folder labeled Melissa's Future Care Plan. Inside were legal documents dated from when I was 17, guardianship papers naming me as Melissa's legal guardian upon my parents' death or incapacity, a special needs trust worth $800,000 that I would manage for Melissa's care, and a detailed care contract requiring me to personally provide her care, meaning I couldn't hire professional caregivers and live my own life. I had to live with Melissa and care for her myself. The documents had my signature, but I'd never seen them before and didn't remember signing anything like this when I was 17. I compared the signature to my actual signature from that time period, my driver's license application, school forms, other documents. They didn't match. Someone had forged my signature on the guardianship papers. I took photos of everything and contacted a lawyer. She reviewed the documents and was immediately concerned. She said, "Guardianship documents require notarization with the signatory present, and these appeared to have been notarized by someone who either didn't verify my identity or was complicit in the forgery." The notary's signature belonged to my uncle, my dad's brother, who's a notary public. He'd notarized my signature on documents I'd never actually signed. My lawyer filed a motion to void the guardianship documents based on forgery. She also reported the notary fraud to the State Notary Commission. My uncle's notary license is now under investigation. When my parents returned from their trip, I confronted them with copies of the documents, asked them point blank if I'd ever signed guardianship papers for Melissa. My mother started crying immediately. My father said they'd done what was necessary to ensure Melissa would be cared for after they died, that they couldn't trust the state system and needed to know I'd take care of my sister. I said I never agreed to be her guardian. My dad said I'd helped care for her my whole life, so they'd made it official. I said forging my signature is fraud. He said it was family planning, not fraud. I moved forward with the legal action. The court reviewed the guardianship documents, compared handwriting analysis of the signatures, and heard testimony from the notary, my uncle. My uncle admitted under oath that I wasn't present when he notarized the documents, that my parents had brought him the papers with my signature already on them, and asked him to notarize as a favor. He'd done it to help his brother ensure Melissa would be cared for. The judge voided all the guardianship documents immediately, ruled that forged signatures cannot create valid legal guardianship. My uncle's notary license was permanently revoked, and the prosecutor opened a fraud investigation against my parents and uncle. The special needs trust was more complicated. The trust document named me as trustee and required me to provide personal care to Melissa. My lawyer argued the trust conditions were based on forged guardianship, and I'd never agreed to serve as trustee. After months of legal wrangling, the court restructured the trust. The $800,000 remained designated for Melissa's care, but I was removed as mandatory trustee, and the personal care requirement was eliminated. A professional trustee was appointed to manage the funds and arrange appropriate care for Melissa. This meant my parents' plan had completely failed. They'd wanted me locked into personally caring for Melissa with no option to hire help. Instead, Melissa now has professional care funded by the trust, and I have no legal obligation to her. My parents are facing criminal fraud charges for the forged documents. My uncle is charged as an accessory. All three could face prison time and significant fines. The family reaction has been vicious. My grandmother called me heartless for abandoning Melissa. I explained I never agreed to be her lifelong caretaker, and my parents forged my signature. She said I should honor their wishes anyway because Melissa needs me. My aunt said I'm selfish for refusing to sacrifice my life for my disabled sister. That family takes care of family, and I'm betraying Melissa by prioritizing my own life. But here's the thing. I'm 20 years old. Melissa is 18 and will need intensive care for the rest of her life, potentially 40 to 60 more years. My parents' plan would have required me to dedicate my entire adult life to her care. No career mobility, no moving for opportunities, no personal freedom, just permanent, 24/7 caretaking responsibility. They didn't ask me. They forged my signature and tried to legally trap me into this future when I was 17 and couldn't understand the full implications. If they'd asked me at 18 or 20, when I was legally able to make that decision, maybe we could have had an honest conversation about my role in Melissa's future. But they chose deception and fraud instead. My parents claim they did it for Melissa. But it wasn't just for Melissa. It was also to absolve themselves of having to plan for her care in a way that didn't sacrifice my entire life. The consequences have reshaped everything. Melissa now lives in a group home with 24/7 professional care, funded by the trust. She's actually thriving there. She has trained caregivers, activities, and social interaction with other residents. My parents visit her regularly and are devastated that she's not living at home. They blame me for putting her in a home, even though the professional trustee made that placement decision based on her needs. I visit Melissa every few weeks. I still care about her. She's my sister. But I'm not her guardian, caretaker, or lifelong responsibility. I'm her brother, and I can visit and support her without sacrificing my entire future. The criminal case is proceeding. My parents' lawyer is trying to negotiate a plea deal that avoids prison time. The prosecutor is open to probation if they accept full responsibility for the forgery and pay restitution for legal fees. My relationship with my parents is destroyed. My mother sends me letters talking about how much they sacrificed for Melissa and how I've abandoned both of them in their time of need. My father won't speak to me at all. Extended family is split. Some understand that forging guardianship documents is fraud regardless of motivation. Others think I'm cruel for not just accepting the role they'd planned for me, forgery or not. My girlfriend has been supportive throughout this. She said if I'd been trapped in that guardianship, we couldn't have built a life together. I'd have been permanently tied to Melissa's care. She's right. I couldn't have moved for jobs, couldn't have traveled, couldn't have had my own family. My entire life would have revolved around Melissa. I'm now in my junior year of college, living in my own apartment, planning for graduate school. I'm building the life I want. I visit Melissa regularly and she's well cared for by professionals who are trained and equipped to meet her needs. My parents wanted me to be Melissa's permanent, personal caretaker. They forged my signature to make it legally binding. The fraud was discovered, the documents were voided, and now they face criminal consequences. Some family members say I'm heartless. I say I'm protecting my right to consent to major life decisions, instead of having those decisions forged and forced upon me. Melissa is my sister, and I love her. But I'm not her lifelong caretaker. That's not abandonment. That's setting appropriate boundaries and ensuring she gets professional care, instead of relying on her unqualified brother to sacrifice his entire adult life. My parents chose forgery over asking me. They chose trapping me over trusting me. Now they face the legal consequences of that choice. And I get to live my own life, which is exactly what I deserved all along. My family lied about my cancer to scam donations. I exposed the fraud to everyone. I'm 26F, and my family just ran a fundraising campaign claiming I have terminal cancer to collect donations from our community. They raised over $180,000 through GoFundMe, church fundraisers, and community events, all while I was completely healthy and had no idea this was happening. I only found out when a former classmate messaged congratulating me on my brave fight and offering support. When I confronted my family, they said they'd needed the money for my brother's gambling debts and thought no one would get hurt since I'm actually fine. I reported them for fraud to law enforcement and the fundraising platforms. Now they're facing criminal charges, and the community is demanding refunds, and my extended family says I've humiliated them by making a big deal out of what they call a white lie for a good cause. I moved to Portland 3 years ago for work. I visit my family in our small Indiana town maybe twice a year. We stay in touch through occasional calls and texts, but we're not particularly close. 2 months ago, I got a Facebook message from someone I went to high school with. "You're so brave fighting this. My aunt beat stage 4 breast cancer last year, so don't give up hope. Praying for you." I was confused. I messaged back asking what she meant. She sent me a link to a GoFundMe. Help Sarah fight terminal cancer. The page had my photos, taken from my social media. It described how I'd been diagnosed with stage 4 pancreatic cancer, was undergoing aggressive treatment, couldn't work, and needed financial help with medical bills and living expenses. The goal was $150,000. They'd raised $127,000. I was shocked. I don't have cancer. I've never had cancer. Someone was fundraising using my name and photos for an illness I don't have. I checked who created the campaign. My mother. I called her immediately. She didn't answer. I called my father, my brother, my sister. No one answered. I left messages. "Why is there a GoFundMe claiming I have cancer? Call me immediately." My mother finally called back 3 hours later. She was crying, said they'd made a mistake and would take down the fundraiser. I demanded to know what was happening. She admitted that she'd started the fundraiser 6 months ago. My brother Tyler owed $95,000 to various creditors and bookies from gambling debts. Some were threatening violence. My parents didn't have the money to help him. So my mother created a fake cancer diagnosis for me and started fundraising. She figured I lived far away, rarely visited, and wouldn't find out. They'd raised enough to pay off Tyler's debts and had money left over. I was furious. They'd told hundreds of people in our community that I was dying of cancer. They'd collected donations under false pretenses. They'd used my name and photos without permission for fraud. I told my mother to shut down the fundraiser immediately and return all the money. She said they'd already spent it paying Tyler's debts. There was only about $30,000 left. I said they'd committed fraud and I was reporting them to police. My mother started crying harder, begging me not to. Said Tyler would be hurt by the people he owed money to if the debts weren't paid. That they'd done this to protect their son. I said protecting Tyler by pretending I have cancer and scamming our community is fraud. She said it was a family emergency solution, and no one was really hurt since I'm actually healthy. I contacted GoFundMe's fraud department, provided proof I don't have cancer, recent medical records, doctor's statement, everything. They immediately froze the account and began investigating. I filed a police report for fraud and identity theft, explained that my family had used my name, photos, and fabricated a terminal illness to raise money. The investigation moved fast. Police contacted donors who confirmed they'd given money believing I was terminally ill. They contacted the church that had held fundraisers. My family had convinced them I was dying, and the church had raised $37,000 through bake sales, auctions, and special collections. The community was horrified to learn the cancer was fake. Local news covered the story. Family fraud. Woman discovers relatives raised $180,000 using fake cancer diagnosis. My family became pariahs overnight. The church demanded its fundraising money back. Individual donors demanded refunds. GoFundMe began processing refunds from the frozen account, but there wasn't enough money left to cover everything. Criminal charges followed: fraud, identity theft, wire fraud for the online fundraising, and theft by deception. My mother, father, and brother were all charged. My sister hadn't been directly involved, but had known about the scheme and hadn't stopped it. My parents tried to argue they'd acted out of desperation to save Tyler from dangerous people. The prosecutor said, "Desperation doesn't justify fraud against an entire community." Tyler's defense was that he hadn't asked them to do this and shouldn't be charged. But investigators found text messages where he'd helped write the GoFundMe description and had suggested which of my photos to use. He'd been an active participant in the fraud. The trial was devastating for my hometown community. People testified about how they'd sacrificed to donate. One woman had sold family heirlooms to contribute $5,000, believing she was helping save my life. A retired couple on a fixed income had donated $8,000. These were people who genuinely cared and had given sacrificially to help someone they thought was dying. And my family had scammed them all. The convictions came down hard. My mother got 4 years in federal prison for orchestrating the fraud. My father got 3 years for participating. Tyler got 5 years because the fraud had been committed to cover his illegal gambling debts, which added additional charges. They were also ordered to pay full restitution, $180,000 plus fees and penalties, totaling over $240,000. They don't have that money. Their house will be sold. Their retirement accounts are being liquidated. They'll be in debt for the rest of their lives. The community reaction has been complex. Many people are furious with my family and grateful I reported the fraud. Others feel awkward around me. They'd sent sympathy cards and prayers for my battle with cancer, and now feel foolish for being deceived. I've had to repeatedly tell people I never had cancer. I didn't know about the fundraiser, and I reported it the moment I found out. Some believe me immediately. Others seem suspicious, as if I might have been complicit somehow. My extended family is completely fractured. My grandmother won't speak to me. She says I've sent my parents and brother to prison over trying to help Tyler. My aunts and uncles are split between those who understand the fraud was wrong and those who think I should have handled it privately. But how do you privately handle $180,000 in fraud against hundreds of people? The church that raised $37,000 deserved to know they'd been scammed. Individual donors deserved their money back. My sister hasn't been charged criminally, but faces social ostracism for knowing about the fraud and staying silent. She's posted on social media that she's a victim too, that our parents pressured her to keep quiet. Most people aren't sympathetic. I've received mixed responses from the community. Many people have reached out to apologize for the situation and thank me for reporting the fraud. They say they're embarrassed they were deceived, but grateful the truth came out. Others have been hostile. One man whose family donated $3,000 said I should have just paid the money back myself instead of sending my family to prison. I asked where he thought I'd get $180,000. He said if my family was willing to commit fraud for Tyler, maybe I should have been willing to pay it back for them. The church has been surprisingly supportive. The pastor preached a sermon about how my family's actions had violated the community's trust and generosity, but that I'd done the right thing by reporting the fraud. He emphasized that justice and honesty matter even when the people involved are family. That sermon caused a split in the congregation. Some members left, saying the pastor was too harsh on my family during their time of crisis. but most stayed and have been vocal about supporting truth and accountability. Tyler's bookies and creditors, the people my family claimed to be protecting him from, are now suing my parents for the money back. The legal situation is a mess of civil suits, criminal restitution, and bankruptcy proceedings. I've moved on with my life in Portland. I had to deactivate my social media for months because of harassment from both supporters and critics. I've changed my name legally to distance myself from the fraud associated with my family. I'm healthy, employed, and building a life far from the community my family defrauded in my name. My parents and brother are in federal prison. They'll serve 3 to 5 years before parole eligibility. They'll spend the rest of their lives paying restitution to the people they scammed. And I live with the knowledge that hundreds of people in my hometown believed I was dying of cancer because my family lied to exploit their compassion. Some families protect each other. Mine committed fraud using my identity and expected me to stay quiet about it. I chose to protect the community they'd victimized over protecting the criminals who happened to be my family. They're paying the price. So am I, in different ways. In lost family relationships, in community awkwardness, in having to repeatedly explain I never had cancer. But at least I can look at myself in the mirror knowing I did the right thing. My family can't say the same. My family convinced my husband I was cheating to steal my kids. I recorded everything. I'm 32 feet-old and my family just tried to destroy my marriage and take custody of my children through a coordinated scheme. They fabricated evidence that I was having an affair, hired someone to pose as my lover, and convinced my husband to file for divorce and sole custody. Their plan was for me to lose the kids in the divorce, and for my parents to then get custody through my ex-husband's agreement. I discovered the plot through a PI, recorded my family admitting everything, and used that evidence to not only save my marriage, but to get restraining orders against all of them. Now they're facing criminal conspiracy charges, and my siblings say I've destroyed the family over them trying to help raise the kids properly. My husband Ryan and I have been married for 8 years with 3 kids. Emma, 7, Jack, 5, and Sophie, 3. My parents have always been controlling, but their behavior escalated after Sophie was born. They criticized my parenting constantly, said I was too lenient, not religious enough, too focused on my career. The tension grew when I refused to let them take the kids for an entire summer. They wanted Emma and Jack to stay with them in Florida for 3 months to learn family values and attend their church's summer program. I said no. 3 months away from their parents at ages 6 and 4 was too much. They could visit for 2 weeks maximum. My parents were furious, said I was depriving the children of family connection and proper spiritual education. My sister sided with them, saying I was being selfish and career-obsessed. I held firm. That was 18 months ago. Then, 6 months ago, strange things started happening in my marriage. Ryan started getting anonymous texts claiming I was having an affair. He showed me the messages. Someone said they'd seen me with another man at a hotel, that I'd been lying about work trips, that everyone knew except him. I denied everything because it wasn't true. I wasn't having an affair. Ryan believed me at first, but the messages continued. Then photos started arriving, blurry images of a woman who looked like me with a man at restaurants, hotels, embracing in parking lots. The woman looked similar to me from behind, same hair color and length, similar build, but it wasn't me. I'd never been to those locations with any man. Ryan hired a private investigator to follow me. The PI found nothing because there was nothing to find. But then, someone sent Ryan a video. Clear footage of me entering a hotel room with a man, kissing him at the door. I watched the video in shock. The woman looked incredibly like me. Same clothes I owned, same mannerisms. But it wasn't me. I'd been at work during the timestamp on the video, had security badge records proving it. I tried to show Ryan my alibi, but he was devastated. The video looked damning. He moved out with the kids and filed for divorce, citing adultery. I was frantic. Someone was impersonating me and destroying my marriage. I hired my own PI to find out who and why. My PI worked quickly. He traced the anonymous messages to burner phones purchased near my parents' Florida home. He identified the woman in the videos as a paid actress who resembled me. She'd been hired through a private casting call for a training video project. Most damning, he followed my family and discovered meetings between my parents, my sister, the actress, and a man who'd been posing as my supposed lover. He recorded their conversations, planning the next evidence to send Ryan. In those recordings, my mother explained their plan clearly. Destroy my marriage by faking an affair. Have Ryan file for sole custody based on adultery and moral unfitness. Then, once I lost the kids in the divorce, they'd negotiate with Ryan to take the children. They'd convinced Ryan's parents that I was an unfit mother, and the plan was for Ryan's parents to support my parents getting primary custody. Their goal was to take my children from me because they disagreed with my parenting and wanted to raise them with their values. My PI presented me with everything: the burner phone records, videos of their planning meetings, financial records showing payments to the actress and the male accomplice, text messages between my sister and the actress coordinating the fake affair scenes. I took everything to a lawyer, filed emergency motions in the divorce case showing the affair was fabricated, presented all the evidence of the conspiracy, requested the divorce be dismissed, and filed for restraining orders against my parents and sister. The family court judge reviewed the evidence and was appalled, ordered an emergency hearing. Ryan, his lawyer, and Ryan's parents all attended. My lawyer presented the recordings of my family planning the fake affair, videos of them coaching the actress to impersonate me, financial records proving they'd paid thousands of dollars for this scheme, text messages discussing how they'd get custody once Ryan and I divorced. Ryan heard his own name in the recordings, my parents discussing how they'd manipulate him into believing I was unfaithful, how they'd support him in a custody fight, then gradually take over raising the kids themselves. He realized he'd been manipulated. His parents realized they'd been manipulated into supporting a scheme to steal their own grandchildren. The judge issued immediate restraining orders preventing my parents and sister from contacting me, Ryan, or the children. Dismissed the divorce case. Referred the matter to law enforcement for criminal investigation of conspiracy, fraud, and filing false reports. Criminal charges followed quickly. My parents and sister were charged with conspiracy to commit fraud, filing false reports, identity fraud for the actress impersonating me, and attempting to interfere with parental custody through fraudulent means. The aftermath has been devastating for my family and healing for my marriage. Ryan and I entered intensive couples therapy. He'd been manipulated and felt enormous guilt for believing the fabricated evidence. We're rebuilding trust slowly. Ryan's parents have been supportive and horrified. They'd believed my parents' claims that I was an unfit mother and had agreed to support whatever custody arrangement was best for the kids. Now they understand they were nearly accomplices in a kidnapping plot disguised as family concern. My parents have shown no remorse. My mother sent a letter from jail, they couldn't make bail, saying they'd done it for the children's souls, and that I'd someday understand they'd been trying to save Emma, Jack, and Sophie from my secular lifestyle. My father's letter was more defensive, claimed they'd been exercising their grandparents' rights to ensure proper upbringing, and I'd overreacted by involving law enforcement. But there's no grandparent's right to fake affairs and manipulate divorces to steal children from their parents. My sister has been publicly vocal about being the victim. Posts on social media about how I've destroyed the family over them caring about parenting. She minimizes the fake affair as gathering information about your lifestyle and frames the whole plot as trying to help. Extended family is split. Some are horrified by what my parents and sister did, fabricating an affair, hiring an impersonator, manipulating my husband, all to steal my children. Others think I've overreacted by pressing criminal charges instead of just cutting contact. But this wasn't a family disagreement. This was a criminal conspiracy to destroy my marriage and take my children through fraud. The actress and male accomplice have both testified in exchange for immunity. They provided detailed accounts of being hired to impersonate me having an affair, being coached on my mannerisms and clothing, being paid to create increasingly damning evidence. The actress said she'd been told she was helping film a training video for private investigators and didn't realize she was helping destroy a real marriage until my family started pushing for more explicit footage. My parents and sister are facing 2 to 4 years each if convicted. Their trial is scheduled for next year. They're trying to negotiate plea deals that avoid prison, but prosecutors are refusing to drop the charges given the severity of their scheme. Emma, Jack, and Sophie are in therapy processing why they don't see Grandma and Grandpa anymore. We've told them age-appropriate versions of the truth, that Grandma and Grandpa made some very bad choices and need to face consequences, but that Mommy and Daddy still love them and their family is safe. Ryan and I are stronger now than before this happened, ironically. The experience of him realizing he'd been manipulated has made him more appreciative and protective of our family. He's testified on my behalf in the criminal proceedings, explaining how convincingly my family had fooled him. His parents have apologized repeatedly for believing my parents' lies. They've become fierce advocates for us, attending every court hearing to show support and testify about how they were deceived. I've lost my parents and sister, possibly forever, certainly until they serve whatever sentences they receive. I've gained clarity about who they really are. People willing to destroy their daughter's marriage and steal their grandchildren to impose their values. Some relatives say family should forgive. I say family shouldn't commit crimes against each other in the first place. My parents didn't just disagree with my parenting. They tried to take my children through fraud and manipulation. That's not overprotective grandparenting. That's criminal conspiracy. They're facing the consequences. My marriage survived. My kids are with their parents, where they belong. And I sleep well knowing I protected my family by exposing theirs. My family stole my dead fiancé's life insurance to fund my sister's IVF. I sued for every penny. I'm 28 years old, and my family just stole $250,000 in life insurance money that my late fiancé left to me. My parents convinced me to let them invest it while I grieved, then gave it to my sister for IVF treatments because she deserves to be a mother more than you deserve to be rich off tragedy. When I discovered what they'd done and demanded it back, they said the money was already spent on my sister's fertility treatments, and I was being selfish. I sued all 3 of them, won a $400,000 judgment including damages, and now my sister's IVF has been halted mid-treatment because they can't afford to continue. My family says I've killed my future nieces and nephews out of greed. My fiancé Daniel died in a car accident 14 months ago. We were supposed to get married 3 weeks after the accident happened. He was 29 years old, and we'd been together for 6 years. His death destroyed me. Daniel had a life insurance policy through his work that named me as the beneficiary, $250,000. When the insurance company paid out, I was still deep in grief, barely functional. My parents came to stay with me for a few weeks to help me manage basic life tasks. My father, who's a financial advisor, said I shouldn't make any major financial decisions while grieving, that I should let him put the insurance money into a safe investment account, and I could decide what to do with it when I was thinking more clearly. That seemed reasonable. I signed some papers authorizing him to manage the account temporarily. That was 13 months ago. I was so deep in grief I barely remember signing anything. I was on autopilot, just trying to survive each day without Daniel. 6 months after Daniel's death, I started therapy and slowly began processing the loss. 8 months after, I decided I wanted to use some of the insurance money to go back to school for a master's degree, something Daniel and I had discussed me doing once we were married and financially stable. I contacted my father about accessing the account. He was evasive, said the money was tied up in investments, and it would take some time to liquidate. I said that was fine. I wasn't starting school for another 6 months. 3 months later, I followed up. My dad said the investments were still being managed, and he'd get me details soon. I started to get suspicious. I asked for account statements. He said he'd send them, but never did. Last month, I showed up at my parents' house and demanded to see documentation of the account. Where was my $250,000? What investments was it in? I wanted statements, account numbers, everything. My parents sat me down. My mother was crying before they even started talking. My father admitted they'd given the money to my younger sister, Vanessa. Vanessa is 31 and has been trying to get pregnant for 5 years. She and her husband have fertility issues and were pursuing IVF. Their insurance didn't cover it, and each round cost $20,000 to $30,000 with no guarantee of success. My parents had taken my $250,000 and given it to Vanessa to fund multiple rounds of IVF. She'd already gone through $180,000 worth of treatments over the past year. She was currently mid-treatment in what they hoped would be a successful round. I was speechless. They'd stolen my dead fiancé's life insurance to pay for my sister's fertility treatments. My mother tried to justify it through tears. She said Vanessa was desperate to become a mother, that she'd been suffering from the inability to conceive, that the IVF was her only chance, that I was young and would eventually move on from Daniel and have my own family, but Vanessa's fertility window was closing. My father said the money was just sitting there while I grieved, and Vanessa needed it urgently, that Daniel would have wanted his money to create life rather than just sit in an account while I mourned him. I asked if Vanessa knew where the money came from. They admitted she knew, that she'd been part of the decision to use my money for her IVF. The three of them had discussed it and agreed that my life insurance money should fund my sister's fertility treatments. I was enraged. This wasn't an investment gone bad. This was calculated theft. They'd taken money my dead fiancé had left me and given it to my sister so she could have children. I left immediately and contacted a lawyer, filed a civil lawsuit against all three of them, my parents for breach of fiduciary duty, fraud, and conversion of assets, Vanessa for receiving stolen funds knowing they were mine. My family was shocked I'd actually sued them. My mother called begging me to drop it, saying Vanessa was in the middle of an IVF cycle and the stress was bad for the treatment. My father said we could work this out as a family without lawyers. I said they'd stolen $250,000 from me and given it to my sister. There was nothing to work out. I wanted my money back, with interest and damages. Vanessa called crying hysterically. She said I was sabotaging her chance to become a mother, that she'd already spent $180,000 on treatments, and if she didn't complete this cycle, it would all be wasted. That she'd finally gotten viable embryos and was about to do the transfer, and my lawsuit was causing her so much stress it might ruin everything. I told her she'd knowingly taken money that was stolen from me, and I wanted it back. She said the money was spent. She couldn't just return it. I said that was a legal problem she should have considered before using my life insurance money. The lawsuit proceeded. My lawyer presented the evidence, the life insurance payout to me, the documents I'd signed giving my father temporary management authority, not permission to give it away, bank records showing transfers from my account to Vanessa's, and depositions where all three admitted they'd used my money for her IVF. Their defense was that it was family money and families help each other, that I had no immediate need for the money while Vanessa had urgent fertility treatments, that they'd planned to repay me eventually. The judge was not sympathetic, ruled that the life insurance money was my property, that my parents had violated their fiduciary duty by giving it away without my permission, and that all three defendants were liable for return of the full amount, plus damages for emotional distress and punitive damages for their egregious breach of trust. Total judgment, $402,000. The original $250,000, $100,000 in punitive damages, $52,000 for my legal fees and emotional distress. My parents and Vanessa don't have $402,000. They'll have to sell assets, potentially their homes, to pay the judgment. The immediate impact was devastating. Vanessa had to halt her IVF treatment mid-cycle. She'd already had egg retrieval and fertilization, had viable embryos, but couldn't afford the embryo transfer and subsequent medications because all their money had to go toward the legal judgment. Her embryos are in cryogenic storage. She can complete the treatment if she ever gets the money, but right now she can't afford it because of the judgment against her. My parents had to take a second mortgage on their house to begin paying the judgment. They're 62 and 64, close to retirement, and now have massive debt because they stole my money. The family has completely fractured. My mother calls me weekly, begging me to forgive the debt so Vanessa can complete her IVF. She says I'm preventing my sister from becoming a mother, that those frozen embryos are my future nieces and nephews, and I'm keeping them from existing. Vanessa posted on Facebook about how legal extortion had destroyed her dreams of motherhood, that her own sister valued money over family and had taken away her chance to have children. Her friends, who don't know the full story, have sent me hateful messages. My father has stopped speaking to me entirely. His retirement is ruined because of the debt, and he blames me for not being understanding about the family decision to use my money. But it wasn't a family decision. I was never asked. They stole from me while I was grieving and gave my money to my sister behind my back. Extended family is split. My mother's siblings support me and are horrified by what my parents did. My father's family thinks I'm being vindictive and should forgive the debt because family is more important than money. But this isn't about money versus family. This is about them stealing $250,000 that my dead fiancé left me and expecting me to just accept it. I've received settlement offers. Vanessa's lawyer proposed I forgive $180,000 of the judgment, the amount already spent on IVF, in exchange for them paying back the remaining amount over time. I refused. They stole $250,000. The judgment is $402,000, and I want every penny. My therapist has been crucial through this. She reminds me that I'm not preventing Vanessa from having children. Vanessa and my parents did that by stealing money they couldn't repay. The consequences of their theft aren't my responsibility. But late at night, I think about those frozen embryos, my potential nieces or nephews in cryogenic storage, existing because my parents stole from me, unable to be born because of the judgment against them. Did I kill those future children by demanding my money back? Or did my family kill them by stealing money they couldn't return? I don't know anymore. I just know that Daniel left me that money. He's dead, and my family stole his last gift to me to fund my sister's fertility treatments, then acted like I was selfish for wanting it back. The judgment stands. My family is financially devastated. Vanessa's embryos remain frozen, and I have most of my money back, though I'll be collecting payments for years to get the full amount. Some would say I've won, but I've lost my family, and my sister has lost her chance at the family she desperately wanted. Daniel's insurance money has torn us all apart. It was supposed to help me build a life after losing him. Instead, it's destroyed the family I had left. I still think I'm right. They stole from me. They deserve the consequences. But right doesn't feel like winning when everyone loses. My parents gave my wedding fund to my brother's mistress, so I exposed his affair at Christmas. I'm 27 fell, and my parents just gave my $40,000 wedding fund to my brother Nathan's pregnant mistress to keep things quiet. Nathan is married with 2 kids, having an affair with a 23-year-old coworker, and got her pregnant. Instead of letting his wife find out, my parents decided to pay the mistress to disappear using money my grandmother left specifically for my wedding. When I confronted them, they said Nathan's marriage was more important than my wedding plans. So I told his wife everything at our family Christmas dinner, showed her the receipts of the payment, and watched my brother's life implode in front of everyone. Now I'm being called a vindictive bitch who destroyed the family over money. My grandmother died 3 years ago and left me $40,000, specifically designated for my wedding. She'd always dreamed of helping pay for my wedding day. The money was held in trust by my parents until I got engaged, at which point they'd release it to me. I got engaged to my fiancé David 6 months ago. We set a date for next fall, and I asked my parents for access to the wedding fund. My dad said there were some complications, and we needed to talk. That's never a good sign. They took me to dinner without David. My mother was crying before we even ordered. My father explained that Nathan had gotten into some trouble and needed financial help, that they'd used my wedding fund to resolve the situation and would pay me back over time. I was immediately suspicious. Nathan is 32, has a good job as an engineer, and his wife Jenna also works. What trouble required $40,000? My dad was evasive, said it was personal, and I should trust that it was necessary, that Nathan's situation was urgent and my wedding was a year away, so they had time to replenish the fund. I demanded to know what they'd spent my grandmother's money on. My mother finally admitted it. Nathan had gotten a coworker pregnant. He'd been having an affair for 8 months. The woman, Brianna, was 23 and wanted to keep the baby. She was threatening to tell Jenna about the affair and the pregnancy unless Nathan left his wife or gave her money to raise the child. My parents had decided to pay Brianna $40,000 to move to another state, sign an NDA, and never contact Nathan or our family again. They'd used my wedding fund to do it. I was speechless. They'd given my grandmother's gift, money specifically left for my wedding, to my brother's mistress to cover up his affair and illegitimate child. My mother said they'd done it to protect Nathan's marriage and his children, that if Jenna found out about the affair and baby, she'd divorce him, and my niece and nephew would grow up in a broken home. That $40,000 was worth preserving their family. I asked, what about my wedding? My dad said I could have a smaller wedding, that David and I both worked and could contribute our own money, that their grandchildren's intact home was more important than an expensive party. I left the restaurant in shock. My parents had prioritized covering up Nathan's affair over honoring my grandmother's wishes. They'd stolen from me to pay off his mistress. I told David everything. He was furious on my behalf, but also worried about Jenna. She deserved to know her husband had cheated, gotten someone pregnant, and that his family had paid to hide it. We debated what to do. Part of me wanted to tell Jenna immediately, but another part worried about the consequences. Jenna and Nathan had been married for 9 years. They had kids ages 7 and 5. If I exposed the affair, I'd be destroying their marriage and hurting my niece and nephew. But then I thought about the unfairness. Nathan cheated and got his mistress pregnant. My parents paid her off with my wedding money, and everyone expected me to just accept a smaller wedding and keep quiet to protect Nathan's marriage, a marriage that was already betrayed by his affair. I decided to wait until I had leverage. I asked my parents for documentation of the payment to Brianna, bank records, the NDA, everything. I told them I wanted proof they'd actually spent the money on Nathan's situation and not something else. They reluctantly provided it. I received copies of the wire transfer to Brianna, the signed NDA, and emails between my parents and Nathan discussing the arrangement. Everything documented. I kept quiet for 3 months, attended family dinners, smiled at Nathan, played with my niece and nephew, all while knowing what he'd done and what my parents had paid to cover it up. Then came our family Christmas gathering. Everyone was there. My parents, Nathan and Jenna, their kids, my aunt and uncle, my grandmother's sister, my great-aunt Rose, who'd always been close to me. After dinner, as we were opening presents, I asked if I could make an announcement. I said David and I had set our wedding date and wanted to share our plans. Everyone seemed happy, expecting me to talk about the venue or theme. Instead, I said, We've had to scale back our plans significantly because my $40,000 wedding fund was given to Nathan's pregnant mistress as hush money." The room went silent. Jenna looked confused. Nathan went white. My parents looked horrified. Jenna asked what I was talking about. I calmly explained that Nathan had been having an affair with a coworker named Brianna, gotten her pregnant, and that our parents had paid her $40,000 of my wedding money to move away and keep quiet. I pulled out my phone and started reading from the emails. Nathan's messages to our parents. "Brianna is threatening to tell Jenna. We need to make this go away." My dad's response. "We'll handle the financial side. You need to end this affair immediately." Jenna stood up and asked Nathan if it was true. He tried to deny it, but I showed her the NDA signed by Brianna, the wire transfer receipt, everything. She walked out. Nathan followed her. We could hear them screaming in the driveway. The kids started crying. My mother was sobbing. My father told me I'd just destroyed their family. I said, "Nathan destroyed his family when he cheated and got someone pregnant. I just made sure his wife knew about it, instead of being the only one kept in the dark." The aftermath has been catastrophic. Jenna filed for divorce on December 27th. She's seeking full custody and child support. Nathan moved in with our parents because Jenna changed the locks. My parents blame me entirely. My mother said I could have told Jenna privately that exposing everything at Christmas in front of the whole family was cruel and calculated. My father said I destroyed Nathan's marriage, traumatized his children, and ruined the family, all because I was bitter about the money. But here's what they're not acknowledging. Nathan destroyed his own marriage by having an affair and getting his mistress pregnant. My parents enabled it by paying hush money. Jenna deserved to know. And yes, I could have told her privately, but then my parents would have spun it as me being jealous or vindictive, and Nathan would have had time to prepare his lies. Exposing it publicly, with documentation, meant no one could deny it or rewrite the narrative. My great-aunt Rose was the only family member who supported me. She said my grandmother would be appalled that her gift was used to cover up Nathan's affair. That I'd done the right thing exposing it, and if my parents had any decency, they'd find a way to repay my wedding fund. They haven't offered to. They're too busy helping Nathan through his divorce and being angry with me for causing it. Extended family has split. Half think I was justified. Nathan and my parents did something terrible and Jenna deserved the truth. The other half think I handled it cruelly, that I could have told Jenna privately and didn't need to humiliate everyone at Christmas. Nathan has tried to paint himself as the victim. He's telling people I exposed his private mistake to destroy him because I was jealous of his marriage. That he'd made one error in judgment and I'd used it to ruin his life. One error in judgment. He had an 8-month affair, got his mistress pregnant, and let our parents pay her off with my wedding money. That's not one mistake. That's a series of calculated betrayals. David and I are still getting married. We're having a smaller wedding than planned because we're paying for most of it ourselves. Some family members aren't coming. They say they won't attend after what I did to Nathan. Jenna reached out to thank me. She said she'd suspected something was wrong for months, but Nathan had convinced her she was paranoid. Finding out about the affair and the pregnancy and the payoff all at once was devastating, but she's grateful to finally know the truth. She said if I hadn't exposed it, she might have spent years being lied to while everyone else in the family knew. That message meant everything. Because I didn't expose Nathan's affair to be vindictive, I exposed it because his wife deserved to know, and because my parents had used my money to help him hide it. If they'd paid off his mistress with their own money, I might have handled it differently. But they stole my grandmother's gift to cover up his betrayal, then expected me to accept it quietly. That crossed a line. My parents say I chose money over family. I say they chose Nathan's reputation over honesty, over my grandmother's wishes, and over basic decency. Nathan's marriage is over. His kids are in therapy. He's facing serious financial consequences from the divorce. And everyone blames me because I refused to protect his secrets. But those secrets were paid for with my wedding fund. They involved my family lying to Jenna, and they relied on everyone staying quiet to protect Nathan from consequences he earned. I won't be getting my $40,000 back. I'll have a smaller wedding, and half my family thinks I'm a vindictive monster. But Jenna knows the truth. Nathan faces consequences. And my parents learned that stealing from me to cover up my brother's affair doesn't come with a guarantee of silence. Some people say revenge is wrong. I say exposing the truth isn't revenge, it's just refusing to participate in the cover-up. My family paid hush money with my inheritance. I just decided the hush money didn't buy my silence, too. My parents sold my house while I was deployed. I reported them for stolen valor benefits. I'm 26-year male, active-duty military, and I just returned from an 18-month deployment to discover my parents sold the house I owned and kept the $320,000 proceeds. They had power of attorney to manage my affairs while deployed, which they used to forge documents claiming the house was theirs. When I confronted them, they said they deserved the money for raising me, and that I should be grateful they didn't take more. I discovered they'd also been fraudulently claiming me as their dependent to receive military family benefits for years. I reported them for fraud and theft. They're now facing federal charges, and my entire family says I've destroyed my parents' retirement over a misunderstanding. I bought my house 4 years ago using my VA home loan when I was 22. I'd saved my deployment money and was proud to own property. It was a small 3-bedroom in a decent neighborhood, my first real investment as an adult. When I got deployment orders last year, I needed someone to handle my affairs stateside, pay utilities, manage any house issues, handle my mail. My parents offered to help. They'd managed rental properties before and said they'd take care of everything. I signed a limited power of attorney, allowing them to pay bills from my account and handle necessary repairs. The POA was specific. They could manage routine expenses but couldn't sell property or make major financial decisions on my behalf. I deployed to the Middle East for 18 months. Communication was limited. My parents sent occasional emails saying everything was fine, the house was being maintained, nothing to worry about. I returned home last month. Drove to my house from the airport, expecting to walk into my own home after a year and a half away. There was a different car in the driveway, different furniture visible through the windows. I knocked. A young couple answered, confused about why a man in uniform was knocking on their door. I asked who they were. They said they'd bought the house 6 months ago, showed me their deed. The house was legally theirs. They'd purchased it through a normal sale, worked with a real estate agent, everything proper. I was in shock. I asked who sold it to them. They showed me the seller's name on the paperwork. My father. I called my parents immediately. My mother answered cheerfully, saying, "Welcome home." I asked what happened to my house. Long silence. Then she said, "Oh, honey, we need to talk about that. Come over for dinner." I went straight there. Both parents were home. I asked how my father sold my house. My dad explained that the real estate market had been really good, and they'd gotten an excellent offer. That they'd sold the house for $320,000, double what I'd paid for it. I said I never authorized them to sell my house. My father pulled out documents, a power of attorney, not the limited one I'd signed, but a general POA, giving them authority over all my assets. The signature looked like mine, but I'd never signed this document. My father said I'd signed it before deploying, but probably didn't remember because I'd signed so many papers. I compared the signature to my actual signature. Different. This was forged. I asked where the $320,000 from the sale was. My parents exchanged a look. My mother said they'd used it to pay off their own mortgage and credit card debt, that they'd invested it in the family, and after everything they'd sacrificed raising me, they deserved it. I left immediately and contacted a military legal assistance attorney, showed them the forged POA, the house sale documents, everything. The attorney was furious on my behalf, said this was fraud against a deployed service member, which is a federal crime with enhanced penalties. I filed reports with local police, military investigators, and the FBI. Selling a deployed service member's property through forged documents is serious. The investigation moved quickly. Investigators compared the forged general POA to the legitimate limited POA I'd actually signed. Handwriting analysis confirmed the general POA signature was forged. The notary who'd supposedly witnessed my signature on the general POA? My mother's sister, who admitted she'd notarized the document as a favor without me being present. My parents had forged a power of attorney, used it to sell my house while I was deployed and couldn't contest it, and kept all the money. But investigators found something else. My parents had been fraudulently claiming military benefits based on me being their dependent. Even though I was an adult service member living independently, they'd been filing paperwork claiming I lived with them and they supported me financially. This allowed them to access subsidized health care at military facilities and other dependent benefits. They'd been doing this for 4 years, the entire time I'd owned my house and lived independently. They'd collected thousands of dollars in benefits they weren't entitled to. The investigators also discovered my parents had taken out a $50,000 home equity line of credit against my house before selling it, using the forged POA. They'd borrowed against my property, spent the money, then sold the house, and kept those proceeds too. Total theft, $370,000, plus years of fraudulent military benefits. The federal charges were extensive. Fraud against a deployed service member, forgery of legal documents, theft of property, fraudulent claims for military benefits, conspiracy. My aunt was charged with notary fraud. My parents tried to claim this was a misunderstanding, that they'd thought the house was family property and they were managing it for everyone's benefit. The prosecutor showed that they'd pocketed every dollar, paid off their personal debts, and never mentioned the sale to me during 18 months of deployment. My family erupted. My siblings said I was destroying our parents over a financial disagreement. I said they forged documents to steal my house while I was in a combat zone. That's not a disagreement. That's multiple felonies. My grandmother begged me to drop the charges, said my parents made a mistake, but prison would destroy them. I said they made calculated decisions over years, forging documents, stealing my property, claiming fraudulent benefits, and hiding it all while I was deployed. Extended family members tried to argue my parents had invested in raising me, so they deserved some return on that investment. I asked if they'd also support their own parents stealing and selling their houses while they were deployed. Silence. The trial lasted 3 weeks. Evidence was overwhelming. My parents were convicted on all counts. My father got 6 years in federal prison. My mother got 4 years. My aunt got 2 years probation and permanent loss of her notary license. The aftermath has been devastating for them. My parents had to immediately sell their house to begin restitution. The $320,000 from my house that they'd used to pay off their debts? The court ordered them to repay it, plus interest, plus penalties. Total restitution, $425,000. They don't have that money. Even selling their house barely covered half. They'll be making payments for the rest of their lives, and they'll do it from prison for the next several years. The military benefits fraud added another $15,000 in restitution, plus fines. My parents' retirement is decimated. My father's veteran benefits are being reviewed. He might lose some of them due to the fraud conviction. My siblings have cut me off. They say I sent our parents to prison over money. I say I held them accountable for stealing my house while I was deployed in a combat zone. Those are very different framings. My brother actually said I should be grateful our parents sold the house for a good price and invested the money in the family. I asked if he'd received any of that investment. He admitted he hadn't. Our parents had used it all for themselves. So they stole my house, kept all the proceeds for their personal benefit, claimed fraudulent military benefits for years, and expected me to just accept it because family. The military community has been supportive. Other service members have shared similar stories. Families stealing from deployed members who can't monitor their affairs. My command actually used my case as a training example about protecting your assets before deployment. I've rebuilt financially. The house sale was voided since it was based on forged documents, but untangling that from the innocent buyers who'd purchased in good faith was complicated. Eventually, we reached a settlement where the buyers kept the house, but insurance and restitution payments compensated me for my equity loss. I bought a new house, smaller but mine. I'll never again trust family with power of attorney. I have professional trustees now. My parents write letters from prison. They alternate between apologizing and blaming me. Some letters say they're sorry and didn't think about the consequences. Other letters say I'm ungrateful and cruel for prosecuting them when they'd only been helping manage my assets. Helping manage my assets by forging documents, selling my house, keeping all the money, and lying to me for 18 months while I was in a war zone. I don't respond to their letters. I'm done. My deployment was dangerous and stressful. I survived it. Came home to discover my own parents had robbed me while I was gone. That's a different kind of betrayal. Some family members think I should have handled this privately, worked out repayment without involving law enforcement. But they'd committed federal crimes against a deployed service member. They'd forged legal documents. They'd stolen hundreds of thousands of dollars, and they'd shown zero remorse until facing criminal charges. I served my country. My parents robbed me while I was serving. Now they're in federal prison, and I'm rebuilding my life without them. People ask if I regret reporting them. No, not for a second. They taught me that some betrayals are unforgivable. Forging documents to steal your deployed son's house is one of them. I'm 26, starting over financially, and my parents are in prison because they decided my house was theirs to sell. Some families support their service members. Mine stole from me. I just made sure they faced the consequences. My parents gave my college fund to my step-siblings, so I got them audited by the IRS. I'm 22 year old of F, and my parents drained my $180,000 college fund to pay for my 3 step-siblings' education while expecting me to understand and take out loans. When I discovered they'd also been writing off my college expenses on their taxes despite not actually paying them, I reported them to the IRS. Now they owe $65,000 in back taxes and penalties, and my stepmother is divorcing my dad. My entire family calls me vindictive for destroying their lives over just wanting fairness. My mom died when I was 8. My dad remarried when I was 11 to Caroline, who had 3 kids from her previous marriage. Tyler, now 24-year-old male, Hannah, now 23-year-old female, and Sophie, now 21-year-old female. Caroline's ex-husband had died, leaving her with some life insurance money but not enough for 3 college educations. My mom had set up a college fund for me before she died. It started at $50,000, and with compound interest over the years, it grew to about $180,000 by the time I was ready for college. The fund was in my name, with my dad as custodian, until I turned 21. When I was 17 and applying to colleges, my dad sat me down and explained that Tyler was also applying to colleges. Caroline's life insurance money would cover maybe half his tuition. Dad wanted to use some of our family money to help Tyler too, since we were all one family now. I was uncomfortable, but Dad assured me there'd be plenty left for me. I agreed to let Tyler use $40,000 from my fund. He went to a state school, and that covered most of his 4 years. Then, when I was 18 and starting college, Hannah was applying. Same conversation. Dad wanted to use another $40,000 for her. I protested more this time. That would leave only $100,000 for me, and I'd gotten into a private school that cost $60,000 per year. Dad said I could go to community college for 2 years to save money, then transfer. That Hannah deserved the same opportunities Tyler got. That Mom would have wanted me to share with my siblings. I gave in. I did community college, hated it, struggled with depression being away from the university I'd worked so hard to get into. I transferred after 2 years to a cheaper state school. By the time Sophie started applying to colleges when I was 20, my fund was down to $60,000. Dad didn't even ask this time. He just told me he'd committed that money to Sophie's education at a private university. That I was already in college, so I didn't need it as much. I said no. I still had 2 years left and needed that money. Dad said I could take out loans like most students. That Sophie shouldn't be punished just because she was the youngest. I refused to sign off on it. The fund was in my name now that I was over 21. Dad couldn't access it without my permission. We fought for weeks. Then Caroline got involved. She cried and said I was being selfish, that her kids deserved the same opportunities I'd had, that my mom would be ashamed of me for not helping my siblings. That crossed a line. My mom's money was being used for Caroline's kids, and now Caroline was invoking my dead mother to guilt me into giving up the last of it. I still refused. Sophie ended up going to community college because Caroline's money was gone, and I wouldn't release my fund. The family tension was unbearable. Every gathering became about how I'd ruined Sophie's future by being selfish with family money. Tyler and Hannah, who'd benefited from my fund, joined in saying I should share with Sophie like I'd shared with them. I moved out and minimized contact. Then tax season came. I was filing my own taxes for the first time as a fully independent adult and wanted to make sure I did everything correctly. I asked my dad for copies of the 1099 forms related to my college fund distributions. He was evasive, said he'd handled all that and I didn't need to worry about it. That made me suspicious. I requested my own IRS records. What I found made me physically sick. For the past 4 years, my dad had been claiming educational tax credits for my college expenses. The American Opportunity Tax Credit, tuition deductions, all of it. He'd been writing off $10,000 to $15,000 per year in educational expenses he'd supposedly paid for me. But he hadn't paid for my education. I'd gone to community college and cheap state school specifically because he'd given my fund to my step-siblings. I'd taken out $45,000 in student loans to cover what the depleted fund didn't. My dad had claimed tax benefits for educational expenses he never paid, while I went into debt because he'd given my money away. He'd been committing tax fraud, essentially getting paid by the government for supporting my education while actually supporting my step-siblings' education instead. I dug deeper. The fund distributions to Tyler and Hannah should have been reported as gifts or income to them. They weren't. Dad had structured everything to look like he was supporting my education, when actually, he was funneling my inheritance to his stepchildren, tax-free. I also found that he'd claimed me as a dependent all 4 years of college, getting tax exemptions for supporting me, while I was actually supporting myself with loans and part-time jobs. The total tax fraud over 4 years was substantial. My dad had saved probably $40,000 in taxes by falsely claiming he'd paid for my education and supported me as a dependent. I was done. I compiled everything: the college fund distributions, the tax returns showing false educational credits, my student loan documents proving I'd paid for my own education, my bank statements showing I'd supported myself. I filed a report with the IRS, detailed everything, provided documentation. The audit came 6 months later. The IRS wanted to see proof of all the educational expenses my dad had claimed. He couldn't provide it because he hadn't actually paid them. I had, with loans. The results were devastating. My dad owed $65,000 in back taxes, interest, and penalties for fraudulent claims over 4 years. The IRS also flagged Tyler and Hannah's college expenses as unreported gifts, creating tax liabilities for them too. Caroline was blindsided. She'd known Dad was using my fund for her kids, but didn't know about the tax fraud. When she discovered he'd been committing federal crimes to funnel my inheritance to her children while claiming benefits for supporting me, she filed for divorce. She told people she couldn't stay married to someone who'd commit fraud and steal from his own daughter. But I think she was more worried about being implicated in the tax schemes. My family has imploded. Caroline divorced my dad, taking Tyler, Hannah, and Sophie with her. They're not speaking to him because his tax fraud created tax problems for them too. Tyler and Hannah each owe about $8,000 in taxes on the gifts they received from my college fund. My dad is financially ruined. He doesn't have $65,000 to pay the IRS. He's on a payment plan that will take 10 years, paying $800 per month. He had to sell the house he and Caroline lived in. He's living in a small apartment and working extra hours to cover the payments. The step-siblings blame me. Tyler says I destroyed the family over money and jealousy. Hannah posted on social media about vindictive people who use the legal system for revenge. Sophie, who I'd refused to fund, said I'd gotten my revenge by making everyone suffer. But here's what they don't acknowledge. My dad stole my inheritance. He gave away $120,000 of my mom's college fund to his stepchildren without my meaningful consent. When I was 17 and 18, I was too young to truly understand what I was giving up. I trusted my dad when he said there'd be enough for everyone. And then he committed tax fraud, claiming he'd paid for my education to get government benefits while I went into debt because he'd given my money away. I reported the fraud. That's not revenge. That's reporting crimes. My dad's lawyer tried to argue the tax issues were honest mistakes, but the IRS found the pattern too consistent. 4 years of fraudulent claims while giving away my fund to others isn't a mistake. It's systematic fraud. Extended family is split. My mom's sister says my mom would be proud of me for standing up for myself. My dad's family says I'm heartless for reporting my own father to the IRS and destroying his life. But my dad destroyed my college experience first. I went to community college while Tyler went to university on my mom's money. I transferred to a cheap state school while Hannah enjoyed a private education I'd worked my whole life to get into. And then, he claimed tax benefits for supporting me while I supported myself with loans and jobs. I'm 22, $45,000 in student debt, and watching my family call me vindictive for reporting the man who stole my inheritance and committed tax fraud. My dad calls it betrayal. I call it consequences. Sophie, who I'd finally refused to fund, enrolled in a state school using federal aid. She's doing fine. Tyler and Hannah are working and paying off their tax debts. Caroline moved on and remarried. And my dad lives in a small apartment, working 2 jobs to pay the IRS $800 per month for the next decade because he stole from his daughter and lied to the government about it. I still have my student loans. The college fund is long gone. But at least my dad isn't getting tax breaks for supporting my education while I pay my own way. Some families protect each other. Mine protected everyone except me. So I stopped protecting them from their own crimes. The IRS doesn't care that we're family. Fraud is fraud, and my dad committed it systematically while calling it helping the family. I just made sure the federal government knew the truth about whose education was actually being funded, and whose was just being used for tax deductions. People ask if it was worth it. My dad's life is ruined. My step-siblings face tax debts. My family is fractured. But I spent 4 years at schools I didn't want to attend, taking out loans I shouldn't have needed because my college fund was given away. And my dad got tax breaks the whole time for expenses he never paid. So yes, it was worth it. He stole my education. I reported his crimes. That's not revenge. That's justice. My family staged an intervention to force me into conversion therapy. I had them arrested. I'm 24-year-old male, and my family just tried to force me into a conversion therapy program by staging a fake family vacation. They drugged my drink at dinner, planned to drive me to a facility in another state, and had already paid $30,000 for a 6-month program. I woke up groggy in their van, realized what was happening, and called 911. My parents and uncle are now facing kidnapping and drugging charges. My family says I've destroyed them over trying to help me live righteously, and that I'm going to hell anyway, so I might as well have let them try to save my soul. I came out as gay to my family 2 years ago. It went as badly as expected. My parents are evangelical Christians who believe homosexuality is a sin. My mom cried for days. My dad said I was choosing a lifestyle of sin and breaking their hearts. But they seemed to accept it eventually. They were cold toward my boyfriend when I brought him to family events, but they were civil. They stopped bringing up church constantly. I thought we'd reached an uneasy peace where they disapproved, but were learning to live with it. 2 weeks ago, my mom called saying they wanted to do a family trip to the mountains for Thanksgiving. Just immediate family, my parents, my older sister Beth, and her husband. A chance to reconnect and spend quality time together before the holidays got busy. I was surprised but pleased. I thought maybe they were genuinely trying to rebuild our relationship. I agreed to come without my boyfriend since they specifically said immediate family only, and I didn't want to cause tension. The first day at the cabin was nice. We hiked, played board games, and had dinner together. My parents seemed warmer than they'd been in months. Over dinner, my dad proposed a toast to family always being there for each other no matter what. I drank my wine. Within 20 minutes, I felt incredibly drowsy. I thought I was just tired from the hike and excused myself to lie down. I woke up in the back of my family's van, extremely groggy and confused. It was dark outside. My mom was in the passenger seat, my dad driving, my uncle, who I hadn't known was joining the trip, in the seat next to me. We were on a highway. I asked what was happening. My mom turned around crying and said, "We're taking you somewhere that can help you, sweetheart. We love you too much to watch you destroy your soul." I was still foggy but realized immediately what was happening. They drugged me and were taking me somewhere against my will. I asked where. My uncle said, "A place that helps young men overcome same-sex attraction. It's a faith-based program that's helped thousands of people." Conversion therapy. They were kidnapping me to take me to conversion therapy. I pretended to be more out of it than I was and quietly pulled out my phone. I texted my boyfriend, "Call 911. Family drugged me, taking me to conversion therapy. On highway in their van, license plate, number." Then I activated location sharing and put my phone back in my pocket. My dad was saying something about how they'd researched this facility extensively, that it was run by former homosexuals who'd successfully changed through faith and therapy. That 6 months there would help me see that my same-sex attraction was caused by trauma or confusion, not biological destiny. I asked what facility. My uncle pulled out a brochure. Restored Hearts Ministry in rural Tennessee. I was in North Carolina. We were hours from home, heading toward state lines. I asked if I could refuse to go. My dad said they'd already paid $30,000 for 6 months of treatment, and they'd signed contracts committing me to the program. That once we arrived, I'd be in their care and couldn't leave until completing the program, or my parents authorized my release. I felt panic rising but kept calm. I asked to use the bathroom at the next rest stop. My dad said we weren't stopping until we reached the facility. Another 4 hours of driving. That's when I knew this was serious. They'd planned this carefully. The family vacation was a setup. They drugged me to prevent resistance. They were transporting me across state lines to a facility where I'd be held against my will. I said I needed to use the bathroom urgently. My dad pulled over at a rest area. My uncle escorted me inside, waiting outside the men's room door. I went into a stall and called 911 from my phone. I explained the situation. I was 24 years old, had been drugged by my family, was being transported against my will to a conversion therapy facility in Tennessee, and was being watched so I couldn't escape. I gave the operator our location and description of the van. The operator stayed on the line and said highway patrol was being dispatched. She told me to stay in the bathroom as long as possible. My uncle knocked after 5 minutes, asking if I was okay. I said I was feeling sick from whatever they'd given me. He told me to hurry up. I stayed in the bathroom another 10 minutes. My uncle started banging on the door, saying we needed to leave now. I came out just as I saw flashing lights in the parking lot. 3 highway patrol vehicles had pulled in. Officers approached my family in the parking lot. My dad tried to explain that this was a family matter, that they were taking their son to get help for his issues. The officers asked if I'd come willingly. I said no, that I'd been drugged without my knowledge and was being transported to a facility against my will. I showed them the text I'd sent my boyfriend. I explained I was an adult and did not consent to going anywhere with them. The officers separated us. They questioned my parents, uncle, and me individually. My mom broke down and admitted they'd put sleeping medication in my wine to make the trip easier. My dad admitted they'd enrolled me in Restored Hearts Ministry without my knowledge or consent. The officers arrested all 3 of them. Kidnapping across state lines, drugging without consent, conspiracy to commit kidnapping. Because I was an adult and they'd transported me across state lines against my will, these were federal offenses. I gave a full statement, explained I was gay, that my parents disapproved, that they'd lured me on a fake vacation and drugged me to force me into conversion therapy. The officers were sympathetic and thorough. My sister Beth had stayed at the cabin, claiming she didn't know about the plan. I learned later she absolutely knew. She'd been the one to suggest the family vacation idea to our parents in the first place. The legal consequences have been severe. My parents and uncle are facing federal kidnapping charges. Because they transported me across state lines while I was drugged and against my will, this is not a simple family dispute. It's a federal crime. My parents posted bail, but are under house arrest with ankle monitors. My uncle is also out on bail. All 3 are banned from contacting me. Their trial is scheduled for next year. The family reaction has been a mix of horror and blame. My grandparents are devastated that their children and grandson are facing federal charges, but also angry with me for calling the police instead of just telling them no. I explained I did tell them no. I was drugged and kidnapped. What was I supposed to do? Let them imprison me in a conversion therapy facility for 6 months? My grandmother said I could have waited until we arrived at the facility and then refused to participate. That calling the police and getting them arrested was extreme. But Restored Hearts Ministry had a contract my parents signed that committed me to 6 months of treatment. The facility's website, which I researched after, describes a locked campus with no communication with the outside world, restricted contact with family, and a program designed to break down homosexual identity and rebuild godly masculinity. If I'd arrived there, I would have been imprisoned. I'm an adult, but my parents had signed power of attorney documents claiming I was mentally unstable and needed their guardianship. The facility would have held me against my will based on those fraudulent documents. Calling 911 from that rest stop likely saved me from 6 months of conversion therapy torture. My sister Beth is furious with me. She said the plan was to help me, and that by getting our parents arrested, I've destroyed the family. She admitted she knew about the plan and helped organize it because she believes homosexuality is wrong and our parents were trying to save my soul. I told her helping to kidnap and drug your adult brother is a crime, regardless of religious motivation. She said I'm going to hell anyway, and at least they tried. Other family members are divided. My mom's sister supports me and is horrified by what my parents did. My dad's brother, not the uncle who helped with the kidnapping, thinks I overreacted and should drop the charges. But I'm not pressing charges. The federal government is. Once I reported the kidnapping and drugging, it became a criminal matter outside my control. My boyfriend has been incredibly supportive. He's the one who called 911 immediately when he got my text and gave them information about my family and likely routes. He probably saved my life by responding so quickly. My parents sent me one letter before the no-contact order, delivered through their lawyer. They said they love me, that they were trying to save me from eternal damnation, and that they're heartbroken. I chose to destroy their lives instead of accepting their help. That letter crystallized everything. They drugged me, kidnapped me, planned to imprison me in conversion therapy for 6 months, all because they believe my sexuality is a sin. And they frame me as the villain for calling 911. The prosecutor told me cases like mine are increasingly common, families using deception and force to send LGBT adults to conversion therapy programs. He said many victims don't report it because of family pressure or shame. That my willingness to press forward with the case is helping establish precedent. I'm not dropping anything. My parents committed federal crimes against me. They can face the consequences. Some extended family has cut me off, saying I'm vindictive and should forgive my parents for making a mistake out of love. But drugging and kidnapping someone isn't a mistake. Planning a fake vacation, researching facilities, paying $30,000, forging power of attorney documents, that's not a mistake. That's premeditated. I'm 24 years old, living my life as an openly gay man, and my parents tried to forcibly change me through conversion therapy. When that failed, they blamed me for the legal consequences of their crimes. I'm not the villain here. I'm the victim who refused to stay silent. My family destroyed themselves by committing federal crimes. I just made sure those crimes had consequences. Family told my fiancé I had a secret child to break us up. I exposed their affair network. I'm 29M, and my family sabotaged my engagement by convincing my fiancée Sophia that I'd secretly fathered a child with another woman. After she left me, I discovered the truth. My mother and sister had orchestrated the lie to break us up because Sophia is black and they're racist. While investigating, I uncovered that my father, brother, and uncle were all having affairs. I exposed everything to their spouses, and now 3 marriages are over and my family is destroyed. They're calling me vindictive, but they literally fabricated a child to ruin my relationship. Sophia and I had been together for 4 years, engaged for 6 months. My family was polite about our relationship, but I always sensed tension. My mother would make comments about cultural differences. My sister would ask if I'd thought this through. When we got engaged, my father gave a toast that mentioned unexpected choices and hoping for the best. I brushed it off. Sophia deserved better, but she was gracious about it, said some families take time to adjust. We were planning a wedding for the following summer. Then, 3 months ago, a woman named Jennifer contacted Sophia on social media. She sent photos of a toddler and claimed I was the father, said I'd had an affair with her 2 years ago, gotten her pregnant, and abandoned both of them. She provided proof, photos of me with her at restaurants, text message screenshots showing us making plans to meet, even a photo of me holding her baby. Sophia was devastated. She confronted me with the evidence. I'd never seen this woman in my life. The photos were clearly photoshopped. You could see the editing artifacts when you zoomed in. The text messages were from a number that wasn't mine. But Sophia was too hurt to listen carefully. She said if I was going to lie, at least I could respect her enough to admit it. She broke off the engagement and moved out within a week. I was shattered and confused. Who was Jennifer? Why was she doing this? I hired a private investigator to find out. What he discovered was worse than I imagined. Jennifer was a friend of my sister Amanda. They'd met at my sister's book club. My mother had orchestrated the entire scheme. She'd paid Jennifer $5,000 to pretend to be my affair partner and convince Sophia I'd fathered her child. The PI found bank records showing the payment from my mother to Jennifer. He found Facebook messages between Amanda and Jennifer planning the reveal to Sophia. He found emails where my mother discussed timing it right and making sure Sophia wouldn't forgive me. The reason? My mother and sister are racist. They didn't want me marrying a black woman. They couldn't say that outright, so they decided to destroy my relationship by inventing a secret child and affair. I was enraged. But then the PI showed me something else he'd found while investigating my family's finances and communications. Affairs. Multiple affairs. While digging into my mother's accounts to prove the payment to Jennifer, my PI discovered emails between my mother and a man who wasn't my father. Explicit emails, hotel reservations, photos. My mother had been having an affair for 3 years with my father's business partner. But that wasn't all. My PI found evidence that my sister Amanda was having an affair with her personal trainer, that my brother Chris was having an affair with a coworker, that my uncle, my dad's brother, was having an affair with a woman from his gym. My family had preached family values and traditional marriage my entire life. They'd broken up my engagement over fabricated infidelity while they were all actually cheating on their spouses. I compiled everything. The evidence of the fake affair they'd created to break up Sophia and me. The proof of my mother's 3-year affair, my sister's affair, my brother's affair, my uncle's affair. I created individual folders for each person with photos, emails, receipts, all of it. Then I went nuclear. I sent the fake affair evidence to Sophia, showing exactly how my family had fabricated everything to break us up because of racism. I sent my father the proof of my mother's affair. I sent my brother-in-law the proof of Amanda's affair. I sent my sister-in-law the proof of Chris's affair. I sent my aunt the proof of my uncle's affair. And I sent all of it, including the racist motivations for breaking up my relationship, to the family group chat, so everyone could see what everyone else had been doing. The responses started coming within minutes. My father called my mother immediately. I could hear the screaming through the walls. I was still living in the apartment near their house. My brother-in-law showed up at Amanda's house demanding answers. My sister-in-law left Chris that same night. My aunt confronted my uncle in the family group chat, calling him every name imaginable. My mother called me hysterical, said I'd destroyed the entire family out of spite. That yes, they'd made a mistake trying to break up Sophia and me, but exposing everyone's private business was vindictive and cruel. That families keep each other's secrets. I said they'd kept secrets while breaking up my engagement with lies. That they'd fabricated a child to destroy my relationship with the woman I loved. That they'd done it because they're racist. And in the process of investigating their scheme, I'd discovered they were all hypocrites who had no moral authority to judge my relationship. My father called it a betrayal of family trust. I pointed out that paying someone to pretend to be my affair partner and baby mama is also a betrayal of family trust. Within 2 weeks, 3 marriages were filing for divorce. My father filed against my mother. My brother-in-law filed against Amanda. My sister-in-law filed against Chris. My aunt kicked my uncle out and consulted a lawyer. My family was imploding, and they blamed me for exposing what they'd been hiding. It's been 4 months. My parents are divorcing after 35 years of marriage. My sister Amanda is divorced and has partial custody of her kids. My brother Chris is separated and likely heading for divorce. My uncle is living in a rental and trying to save his marriage. The family is fractured beyond repair. My father won't speak to anyone. He's closed off, bitter, and humiliated that his wife was having an affair with his business partner. He dissolved the partnership and is rebuilding his business alone. My mother tried to justify everything. Said she'd been unhappy in her marriage for years, that her affair just happened, and that none of that changes the fact that I shouldn't be with Sophia. When I asked why, she finally said it outright. Because she's black, and you're throwing away your heritage. There it was. After months of coded language and concerns, she finally admitted it. My sister backed her up, saying I was being deliberately obtuse about the family's preferences, and that Sophia would never truly fit in. I recorded that conversation, sent it to Sophia along with everything else, the proof that Jennifer was paid to lie, the Facebook messages planning the fake affair, my mother's own words admitting it was about race. Sophia called me crying. She said she'd wanted to believe I'd never cheat on her, but The evidence had been overwhelming. She'd been heartbroken for months thinking I'd betrayed her and abandoned a child. Learning it was all fabricated and racist was almost worse, because it meant my family had deliberately tortured her with lies. We're talking now, slowly. She's hurt and cautious, and I don't blame her. My family didn't just break us up. They made her believe something terrible about me, and then let her carry that pain for months. I don't know if we'll get back together. The damage might be too deep, but at least she knows the truth. My family, meanwhile, is in ruins. The divorces are proceeding. My father discovered my mother's affair had cost him a business partnership and probably hundreds of thousands in lost business. Amanda lost her marriage, and her kids saw their family fall apart. Chris is facing alimony and child support he can barely afford. And my uncle, who'd been the moral voice of the family, is the laughingstock of his social circle after his affair was exposed. They call me vindictive, say I destroyed multiple marriages out of revenge, that I should have confronted my mother privately about the fake affair instead of exposing everyone's secrets. But they paid someone to fabricate evidence that I'd fathered a child. They photoshopped images. They created fake text messages. They meticulously planned a campaign to destroy my relationship with the woman I loved because of her race. That's not a mistake. That's calculated, racist malice. When I investigated that scheme, I discovered their affairs. I didn't go looking for them. They were in the same accounts and messages my PI needed to access to prove the fake affair. And once I knew, I wasn't going to protect them. They'd spent months protecting each other's secrets while destroying my relationship. They'd ganged up on Sophia and me while they were all cheating on their own spouses. So yes, I exposed them. All of them. Their affairs, their racism, their hypocrisy. Some extended family members think I went too far, that even if my mother and sister were wrong about the fake affair, destroying 3 marriages was disproportionate. But I didn't destroy those marriages. The affairs destroyed them. I just stopped keeping secrets for people who'd kept secrets from their spouses while attacking my relationship. Sophia asked me if the revenge was worth it, if destroying my family helped me heal from what they'd done to us. Honestly? No, I don't feel better. I feel sad. My family is shattered. My father is a shell of himself. My nieces and nephews are going through painful divorces. Extended family gatherings are impossible. But I also don't regret it. Because my family fabricated a child to break up my relationship due to racism. They tortured Sophia with lies for months. They deserve consequences for that. The fact that their consequences came from exposing their own affairs is just irony. They destroyed my relationship over fake infidelity while committing real infidelity. The hypocrisy was always there. I just made it visible. I'm 29, rebuilding a relationship they destroyed, and watching my family implode from their own lies and betrayals. They did this to themselves. I just stopped protecting them from the truth. Whether Sophia and I can rebuild what they destroyed, I don't know. But at least now we're trying with honesty, instead of their fabricated lies between us. And my family gets to live with the consequences of their racism, their affairs, and their assumption that I'd keep their secrets after they destroyed my life. Some families deserve to fall apart. Mine is one of them. My family got me fired to force me home. I exposed their illegal activities to law enforcement. I'm 27 years ago, and my family orchestrated my termination from my dream job in Seattle to force me to move back to our small Ohio town. They contacted my employer with fabricated allegations about my mental health and drug use. After I was fired and investigated, I discovered they'd done it intentionally to make me come home where I belong. When I refused and started rebuilding my career, they escalated to contacting potential employers to sabotage my job search. I discovered they've been running an unlicensed medical practice from their home for years and reported them to multiple regulatory agencies. Now my parents and brother face criminal charges and their business is shut down, and my entire family says I've destroyed their livelihood over them wanting you to come home. I moved to Seattle 4 years ago for a position at a major tech company. It was my dream job. Great salary, amazing benefits, work I loved. My family was upset I'd moved across the country, but seemed to accept it eventually. Until last year. My parents started pressuring me to move home. My mother said she needed help with my aging grandmother. My father said family should stay close. My brother said I'd abandoned them for a city lifestyle. I visited regularly and helped financially when needed, but I loved my life in Seattle. I had friends, a relationship, a career I'd worked hard to build. I wasn't moving back to small-town Ohio. The pressure intensified. Phone calls became arguments. Visits became guilt trips. When I announced I'd gotten a promotion, my mother cried and said I cared more about work than family. 3 months ago, I was called into HR unexpectedly. They said they'd received anonymous complaints about my behavior, that I was using drugs at work, having mental health crises, and making coworkers uncomfortable. They'd also received an anonymous email with photos they claimed were me using drugs. The photos were clearly not me, different hair color, different build. But HR took the allegations seriously. They required drug testing, negative, psychological evaluation, cleared, and put me on administrative leave while they investigated. During the investigation, more anonymous complaints arrived. Claims about violent outbursts, theft, erratic behavior, all fabricated. My coworkers vouched for me, but the constant stream of accusations created a hostile environment. After 6 weeks, the company decided to terminate me. Not because they believed the allegations, but because whoever was making them wouldn't stop, and it was creating too much disruption. They gave me a severance package and good references, but I'd lost my dream job. I was devastated. I filed for unemployment and started job searching. That's when things got worse. I'd get to final round interviews, then suddenly be rejected. Twice, hiring managers mentioned they'd received concerning information about me, but couldn't disclose details. I realized someone was contacting my potential employers and sabotaging my applications. I hired a private investigator to find out who was behind the campaign against me. Within 2 weeks, he had answers. My family. The PI traced the anonymous complaints to emails sent from my brother's IP address. The fake photos had been created using image manipulation software on my father's computer. The contacts to potential employers came from burner phones registered to addresses near my parents' home. My family had orchestrated everything to get me fired and make me so professionally damaged I'd have to move home. I confronted them via video call with my lawyer present, played recordings of the PI's findings, asked them directly if they'd sabotaged my career to force me home. My mother admitted it immediately, said they'd been desperate to get me to come home, that my grandmother needed care, that my father needed help with the family business, that I belonged with family, not strangers across the country. I asked about the fake drug photos and mental health allegations. My brother said they'd needed to create a serious enough situation that my company would fire me, that they'd researched what kinds of complaints would trigger an HR investigation. They'd deliberately destroyed my reputation and career to force me to move home. And they weren't apologetic. They insisted they'd done what was necessary for the family. I told them I was filing a lawsuit for defamation and tortious interference with my career. My mother said I was overreacting, and we could work this out as a family. I ended the call. My lawyer filed civil suits against all 3 of them. We had evidence of the emails, the fake photos, the contacts to employers. It was systematic harassment and defamation aimed at destroying my career. But while investigating my family for the lawsuit, my PI discovered something else. My parents' family business was an unlicensed medical practice. My parents aren't doctors. My father was a paramedic decades ago but never maintained his license. My mother was a nurse but lost her license 15 years ago for documentation fraud. Yet, They'd been running what they called a wellness clinic from their home, seeing patients, diagnosing conditions, prescribing treatments. The PI found their website advertising medical consultations, herbal treatments, and alternative therapies. They had a client list of over 200 people in the community. They were charging $150 to $300 per consultation and selling supplements and medications. They were practicing medicine without licenses, selling supplements without FDA approval, making medical claims without credentials, all from their home, under the radar of authorities. My PI documented everything: patient testimonials, treatment claims, prescriptions they'd written. It was all illegal. I faced a choice: use this as leverage in my civil suit, or report them to the proper authorities. My lawyer said either option was valid. I thought about how they'd destroyed my career deliberately, how they'd lied to my employer and potential employers, how they'd justified it all as for the family. I reported them to the state medical board, the FDA, the DEA, because they'd been prescribing controlled substances without authority, and local law enforcement. The investigations were rapid. Inspectors visited their home clinic, found unlicensed medical practice, unprescribed medications, fraudulent supplements, patient files without proper security. Found evidence they'd been doing this for at least 8 years. Criminal charges followed: practicing medicine without a license, fraud, illegal distribution of controlled substances, operating an unlicensed medical facility. Both parents were charged. My brother was charged as an accomplice because he'd been helping run the business, scheduling patients, taking payments, even assisting with some treatments. The consequences have been devastating for them. The clinic was shut down immediately. All medications and supplements were confiscated. Patient files were seized. The house was temporarily condemned as an illegal medical facility. My parents each face 3 to 5 years in prison. My brother faces 2 to 3 years. All three have significant fines and restitution owed to patients who'd been fraudulently treated. Their reputation in the community is destroyed. They'd been trusted local healers, and now they're exposed as unlicensed frauds who'd been illegally practicing medicine for years. Several patients are suing them, people who'd received improper treatments or medications that made their conditions worse. One patient nearly died from a medication interaction because my parents didn't have the training to recognize contraindications. My family's response has been to blame me entirely. My mother says I've destroyed their lives over being upset about employment issues. My father says I've betrayed the family by exposing their business to authorities. My brother has been the most vicious. Posts on social media about how I've bankrupted the family and sent our parents to prison because I was mad they wanted me to come home. But extended family and community members who are learning the truth are horrified. My aunt said she'd referred patients to my parents' clinic, not knowing they weren't licensed. She's furious they'd put people at risk for years. The pastor of my parents' church said he'd endorsed their clinic to congregation members. He's devastated that he'd unknowingly helped them commit fraud. My parents' criminal defense is that they were providing community service, that people in their small town needed affordable health care, that they never intended harm. But intent doesn't matter when you're practicing medicine without a license and prescribing controlled substances illegally. My civil suit is proceeding simultaneously. I'm seeking $500,000 in damages for defamation and intentional interference with my career. My lawyer says we'll likely win, but collecting will be difficult since my family is now facing bankruptcy from criminal defense costs and pending patient lawsuits. I don't care about collecting. I care that they face consequences for what they did to me and what they'd been doing to patients for years. I've relocated to Portland and found a new job, had to explain the situation to my employer, that my family had sabotaged my previous position and I'd taken legal action against them. Fortunately, with proof of their harassment campaign and their pending criminal charges, the company understood I'd been a victim. My grandmother, the supposed reason they'd needed me home, is now in a proper care facility, funded by Medicaid, since my parents can no longer afford her care. She's actually getting better treatment than she was receiving at home. I've cut off all contact with my parents and brother. They send letters through lawyers asking me to drop the criminal complaints or at least not testify. I've declined. Some distant relatives think I've been too harsh. That yes, my family was wrong to sabotage my career, but reporting their medical practice to authorities was vindictive. That I've destroyed their lives disproportionately to what they did to me. But they didn't just sabotage my career. They'd been putting patients at risk for years. People could have died from their unlicensed treatments. Someone nearly did. Exposing that wasn't revenge. That was public safety. The revenge part was choosing to report them rather than use it as leverage for a settlement. I could have threatened to expose them unless they dropped all interference in my life and paid damages. Instead, I reported them to protect the patients they'd been defrauding. My parents will likely serve 3 to 4 years if they take plea deals. My brother might serve 18 months. Their house will be sold to pay legal fees and restitution. Their retirement is gone. Their reputation is destroyed. And I'm rebuilding my career 1,000 miles away, with legal orders preventing them from ever contacting my employers again. They wanted me to come home. They destroyed my career to force it. I exposed their crimes and sent them to prison instead. Some families support each other's dreams. Mine tried to destroy mine to serve their needs. I just made sure their illegal activities had consequences while protecting future patients from their fraud. They call it vindictive. I call it justice and public safety. They can think about the difference while serving their prison sentences. My family sabotaged my business to keep me financially dependent. I bankrupted theirs. I'm 30, family female, and I just destroyed my family's business after discovering they'd been systematically sabotaging mine for 3 years to keep me close to home and financially reliant on them. They tanked my startup by poaching my clients, undercutting my prices, and spreading lies about my work quality, all while pretending to support me and offering financial help when I struggled. When I found proof of what they'd done, I used their own tactics against their business. Now they're facing bankruptcy and calling me a psychopath for destroying the family livelihood. 3 years ago, I left my job at my family's commercial cleaning company to start my own eco-friendly cleaning business. My family runs Data Clean Services, a mid-sized operation my grandfather founded 40 years ago. My father is CEO, my mother handles operations, and my 2 brothers work as regional managers. They were supportive when I announced I was leaving, or so I thought. My dad said he was proud of me for being entrepreneurial. My mom said she'd help spread the word about my business. My brothers offered to introduce me to potential clients they knew. I started Green Clean Solutions, focusing on environmentally friendly cleaning for small businesses and offices. I landed a few initial clients, and things seemed promising. Then contracts started falling through. Clients who'd verbally committed would suddenly go with other options. Businesses that had scheduled consultations would cancel last minute. After 6 months, I was barely staying afloat. My dad offered to help financially, said he could invest in my business. I reluctantly accepted $15,000 from him. Within 2 months, I needed more. He loaned me another $20,000. I felt like a failure. I'd left the family business to prove I could succeed independently, and now I was dependent on my father's money. This pattern continued for 3 years. I'd gain traction, then mysteriously lose clients or contracts. I'd struggle financially. My family would offer help. They'd make comments about how hard entrepreneurship was, suggest I could always come back to work for Data Clean. I started to suspect something was wrong when a potential client mentioned that Data Clean had reached out to them right after I'd submitted a proposal, offering the same services for 30% less. I brushed it off as coincidence. We were in the same industry. Overlap was inevitable. Then, last month, I was meeting with a prospective client who'd canceled on me a year ago. We were discussing possibly working together now. She mentioned that she'd originally planned to hire me, but received an anonymous email saying my business was unreliable. that I missed deadlines, and that I'd been sued by multiple clients for poor work quality. None of that was true. I'd never missed a deadline or been sued. I asked if she still had the email. She found it in her archives. The email came from an anonymous Gmail account, but referenced specific details about my business that only someone close to me would know. I hired a digital forensics investigator. Within 2 weeks, he'd traced the anonymous email account to my brother Mark's home IP address. I confronted Mark with the evidence. He initially denied it, then broke down and admitted everything. For 3 years, my family had been systematically sabotaging my business. It was my mother's idea originally. She didn't want me to leave the family business and thought if my startup failed, I'd come back. My father had approved the plan. Mark and my other brother Jake were tasked with execution. They'd been monitoring my business activities, finding out who my prospective clients were, and either undercutting my prices through data clean or sending anonymous emails with false allegations about my work quality. When I'd land a client despite their interference, they'd approach that client months later and offer them a deal to switch to data clean, often at a loss for data clean just to hurt my business. They wanted me struggling enough to need their financial help, but not successful enough to be independent. The $35,000 my father had loaned me, that was payment for keeping me dependent. Every dollar I borrowed made me more obligated to the family, more likely to eventually give up and return to data clean. Mark showed me files on his laptop, spreadsheets tracking my client proposals, email templates for the anonymous messages, notes about which of my prospective clients to target. It was all there. 3 years of calculated sabotage. I asked why. Mark said Mom felt I'd abandoned the family, that Green Clean was competition to Data Clean, that they'd built a business over 40 years and I was ungrateful to start a competing company instead of helping grow theirs. I recorded our entire conversation. Then I went to my parents' house with the evidence. They didn't deny it. My mother actually said she'd do it again because family businesses stay together, and I'd chosen money over family by leaving. I asked about the $35,000. My father said consider it payment for the clients I'd stolen from Data Clean by leaving, that any clients who might have come to Data Clean but went to me instead were rightfully theirs. I left and immediately began planning. If they'd spent 3 years destroying my business, I'd spend 3 months destroying theirs. I started by gathering information. Data Clean had 47 active corporate clients. I reached out to contacts I'd made over the years, people in purchasing departments at these companies. I offered Green Clean services at rates 40% below Data Clean, exactly what they'd been doing to me. But I had an advantage. Data Clean had been cutting prices to undercut me, which meant they were operating on thin margins with many clients. They couldn't afford to match my new low rates without taking losses. I landed 8 of their major clients within a month. Each contract I won was one they lost. I wasn't even making profit on these contracts. I was operating at cost, just like they had been when sabotaging me. The difference was I could sustain short-term losses because I had no debt and low overhead. Then I contacted every prospective client I'd lost over 3 years. I told them the truth, that a competitor had been sending false information about my business. I didn't name Data Clean directly, but I provided the forensic evidence linking the anonymous emails to my brother's IP address. Most were horrified that they'd been manipulated. 16 of them agreed to give Green Clean a chance. That was 16 contracts my family had cost me over 3 years that I now recovered. Next, I went after their reputation. I posted detailed reviews on business forums explaining how I'd discovered a competitor was sending false allegations about my company to prospective clients. I provided the forensic evidence, the anonymous emails, everything. I never named Data Clean, but the evidence trail led directly to them. Within weeks, industry reputation mattered. Other cleaning companies distanced themselves from Data Clean. Some of their vendors started asking questions about their business practices. The final blow came when I filed a civil lawsuit against Data Clean and my family members individually for tortious interference with business relationships, defamation, and fraud. The evidence was overwhelming. The forensic trail, Mark's confession on recording, 3 years of documented sabotage. DataClean's insurance wouldn't cover intentional business interference, meaning they'd have to defend the lawsuit out of pocket. Legal fees started mounting immediately. Within 3 months of my counteroffensive, DataClean lost 23 of their 47 major clients. Some came to GreenClean. Others went to competitors who weren't embroiled in scandal. Their revenue dropped by 60%. They had to lay off 15 employees. They closed 2 regional offices. My brothers took pay cuts. My parents stopped taking salaries entirely, trying to keep the business afloat. The lawsuit is ongoing, but my lawyer says we'll likely win significant damages, potentially millions for 3 years of lost business, reputational harm, and emotional distress. Even if DataClean wins the case, the legal fees will likely bankrupt them. My family has tried everything to get me to stop. My mother came to my office crying, saying I was destroying Grandpa's legacy. I told her she destroyed my business first, and I was just returning the favor. My father offered to settle. They'd pay me $100,000, and we'd drop everything. I told him that was less than what I'd lost in revenue from their sabotage. My lawyer calculated my damages at $850,000 minimum. Mark sent an apology email begging me to drop the lawsuit, said he was following our parents' orders and didn't realize how much damage they were doing. I asked if he'd speak against our parents in court. He refused, said he couldn't betray the family. I said then his apology was worthless. Extended family has gotten involved. My uncle called saying I was being vindictive, that yes, my family had made mistakes, but I was destroying a 40-year-old business over it. I told him they'd spent 3 years destroying mine while pretending to support me, that I'd borrowed money from them while they actively sabotaged me. He said, that's different, because DataClean employed 30 people whose livelihoods depended on the business. I said my livelihood had depended on GreenClean, and they'd tried to destroy it anyway. Industry colleagues are divided. Some say I'm justified in holding my family accountable. Others think I've gone too far, that family business disputes should be settled privately, not through public lawsuits and competitive warfare. But here's the thing. They didn't treat me like family. They treated me like a competitor to be eliminated while pretending to be supportive family members. They sabotaged me systematically while loaning me money to keep me dependent. That's not family. That's predatory. GreenClean now has 31 corporate clients and annual revenue approaching $800,000. I'm finally successful. 3 years later than I should have been, but successful. I've hired 4 employees. I'm expanding to 2 new cities. DataClean is facing bankruptcy. They've retained crisis PR management trying to salvage their reputation. They're negotiating with creditors. The lawsuit depositions start next month. My parents will likely lose the business my grandfather built. My brothers will lose their jobs. 15 employees have already lost theirs, and I don't feel guilty. I feel vindicated. They spent 3 years destroying my dreams while I trusted them. They made me feel like a failure while they were actively causing my failures. They loaned me money to keep me dependent while ensuring I'd need it by sabotaging my success. Now they're experiencing what I experienced, watching something you built fall apart while someone you trusted undermines it. The difference is, I'm not pretending to support them while I do it. I'm openly destroying their business in retaliation for them covertly destroying mine. People ask if revenge was worth it. Yes, absolutely yes. They wanted to keep me small, dependent, and close. Instead, they created a competitor who learned their tactics and used them better. My family thought they could control me by controlling my success. They learned too late that when you teach someone how to fight dirty, you'd better make sure they don't turn those lessons against you. DataClean will likely declare bankruptcy within 6 months. GreenClean is thriving, and I sleep well at night knowing that everything I did to them, they taught me by doing it to me first. Some families support each other. Mine tried to sabotage me, so I sabotaged them back, harder, smarter, and without the pretense of love. They call it psychotic. I call it entrepreneurial. After all, I learned from the best. My family made me take the fall for my sister's crime when I was 16, so I cleared my name. I'm 25 numero F, and I just finished a 3-year legal battle to clear a criminal record that was never mine. When I was 16, my family forced me to take the blame for my sister's hit-and-run accident that killed someone. I spent my teens and early 20s unable to get into college, get decent jobs, or pass background checks. Last month, the conviction was finally overturned, and my sister is now facing charges for the original crime plus perjury. My family says I've destroyed my sister's life and her children's future over something that happened years ago. When I was 16 and my sister Victoria was 19, she was driving drunk and hit a pedestrian. The victim, a 52-year-old man named Robert Chen, died at the scene. Victoria panicked and drove home. She woke me up at 2 a.m., hysterical, with the car's front end damaged and blood on her clothes. My parents came downstairs and Victoria confessed everything. My dad immediately went into crisis management mode. He said Victoria was in college, had scholarships, had a future ahead of her, that this would destroy her life. Then he looked at me and said I was going to say I was driving. I refused. I'd never driven that car, didn't even have my license yet. My mother started crying, saying Victoria had made a terrible mistake, but she was a good person who deserved a future. My dad said if I didn't take the blame, Victoria would go to prison, and it would be my fault. That the family needed me to protect my sister. They wore me down for hours. I was 16, scared, and they were my parents. Eventually, I agreed. We practiced a story. I'd taken the car without permission for a joyride, hit something I didn't see in the dark, and panicked. Victoria wasn't involved at all. The police came the next day. I told the story exactly as rehearsed. I was charged with vehicular manslaughter, leaving the scene of an accident, and driving without a license. Because I was a juvenile, I got a lighter sentence. 2 years in a juvenile facility plus probation. Those 2 years destroyed my adolescence. I missed the end of high school, graduated from a facility school, and came out at 18 with a criminal record that followed me everywhere. College applications were rejected because of the conviction. Job applications went nowhere. Background checks flagged me as someone who'd killed a person and fled the scene. Victoria, meanwhile, finished college, got married, had 2 kids, and built a normal life. She became a teacher. She bought a house. She never acknowledged what she'd done or what I'd sacrificed. By the time I was 23, I was working retail and living with roommates because no one would hire me for anything better. I'd lost relationships when partners learned about my record. I'd been rejected from graduate school programs. I was living with the consequences of my sister's crime while she lived the life she'd stolen from me. Then, I met a lawyer at the store where I worked. She specialized in wrongful convictions, and something about my story bothered her. She asked questions. Why would a 16-year-old without a license take a car for a joyride at 2 a.m.? Why was there no evidence of alcohol in my system when tested at the scene? Why had I driven home calmly after hitting someone if I was supposedly so panicked? The lawyer, Sarah, took my case pro bono. She said something was off about my conviction and she wanted to investigate. I was terrified. Reopening this meant potentially exposing what really happened, but I also couldn't spend the rest of my life paying for Victoria's crime. Sarah started digging. She found inconsistencies in the police reports. My supposed confession had details that didn't match the physical evidence. The car's seat position had been adjusted for someone taller than me. Victoria is 4 inches taller. The blood alcohol testing done on me at the scene was negative, but the time gap between the accident and when I gave my statement was several hours. Plenty of time for Victoria to have sobered up. Sarah also found something crucial. A traffic camera 2 blocks from the accident site. The original investigation had never pulled the footage. Sarah subpoenaed it. The footage showed Victoria driving the car at the time of the accident, not me. You could clearly see her face in the driver's seat, her distinctive blonde hair, the clothing she'd been wearing that night. With this evidence, Sarah filed a motion to vacate my conviction based on newly discovered evidence and actual innocence. The prosecutor's office reviewed the case and agreed. I'd clearly been wrongly convicted. But they also realized what that meant. Victoria had committed the original crime, and then our parents had orchestrated a cover-up that included coercing me, a minor, into false confession. The prosecutor opened an investigation into Victoria and my parents. They interviewed me under immunity, and I told them everything. How my parents had pressured me, how we'd practiced the story, how they'd promised this would protect the family, how Victoria had never acknowledged what she'd done or thanked me for taking the fall. My conviction was overturned. I was officially exonerated. But that meant Victoria was now facing charges: vehicular manslaughter, leaving the scene of a fatal accident, DUI resulting in death, and criminal conspiracy. My parents were charged with obstruction of justice, conspiracy, and child endangerment for coercing me. The day the charges were filed, Victoria called me screaming. She has 2 kids now, ages 5 and 3. She's been teaching for 6 years. She said I was destroying her children's lives by dragging up something that happened 9 years ago. That she'd made a mistake as a scared teenager, and I was now punishing her for it as an adult. I said she didn't make a mistake. She killed someone, and then let me go to prison for it. That she'd built her entire adult life on my sacrifice, and never once acknowledged it, or helped me deal with the consequences. My parents were equally furious. My mother said I'd agreed to help Victoria, and now I was going back on my word. That Victoria had children who needed their mother, and I was being selfish and vindictive. My father said I was destroying the family over ancient history, and that if I'd really wanted to rebuild my life, I should have worked harder instead of blaming others for my failures. The trial was brutal. The prosecution presented the traffic camera footage showing Victoria driving. They presented evidence that I was coerced into a false confession as a minor. They showed that Victoria and my parents had maintained this lie for 9 years, allowing me to suffer the consequences while Victoria built a career and family. Victoria's defense argued that she'd been young and scared, that my parents had orchestrated the cover-up without her input, that she'd tried to confess multiple times, but they'd stopped her. The jury didn't believe her. Multiple witnesses testified that Victoria had never shown remorse or tried to help me after I was released. Victoria was convicted and sentenced to 8 years in prison. My parents each got 3 years for conspiracy and obstruction. All 3 are appealing, but their lawyers have told them the appeals are unlikely to succeed given the evidence. Victoria's husband filed for divorce within a month of her conviction. He said he couldn't stay married to someone who'd let their sister-in-law take the fall for killing someone. He got full custody of their kids. My parents lost their house paying legal fees and are now living in a small apartment. Extended family has fractured completely. Some support me and are horrified by what my parents and Victoria did. Others think I should have let sleeping dogs lie, that Victoria had built a good life, and I destroyed it by insisting on clearing my name. My grandmother, who I adored growing up, won't speak to me. She said I've put my sister in prison and taken her great-grandchildren's mother away from them over something that happened almost a decade ago. That family protects each other, not destroys each other. But Robert Chen's family reached out to thank me. His widow said she'd always known something was wrong with my conviction, that a 16-year-old girl with no license taking a car on a joyride, hitting her husband, and then calmly driving home never made sense. She said she's grateful the truth finally came out, even though it can't bring her husband back. That conversation destroyed me. I'd spent 9 years living with the guilt of supposedly killing this man. Now I know I didn't do it. My sister did. But I also know that my false confession prevented his family from getting real justice for years. They suffered because my family decided to protect Victoria at any cost. I'm rebuilding my life slowly. With the conviction overturned, I can finally apply to colleges. I'm starting community college next semester. I got a better job at a nonprofit that specifically hires people with criminal justice backgrounds. I'm in therapy processing everything, but I'm not free of this. Victoria is in prison, and her children visit her in orange jumpsuits. My parents are bitter and aging, preparing for their own prison sentences. Family gatherings no longer exist. Half the family won't speak to me, and I won't speak to the other half. People ask if I regret clearing my name. The answer is complicated. I don't regret getting the conviction overturned. Living with a criminal record for a crime I didn't commit was destroying me. But I do feel guilt about Victoria's children growing up without their mother. Even though logically I know that's a consequence of Victoria's choices, not mine. My therapist says I'm struggling with misplaced guilt, that I was victimized twice. First by being coerced into a false confession, then by being made to feel responsible for the consequences when the truth came out. She's probably right, but guilt doesn't respond well to logic. Victoria writes me letters from prison. They alternate between apologies and accusations. Some letters say she's sorry for letting me take the fall, that she was young and scared and made terrible choices. Other letters say I've destroyed her children's lives out of spite, that I could have moved on with my life without sending her to prison. I don't respond to any of them. What would I say? That I forgive her? I don't. That I'm sorry her children are suffering? I am, but it's not my fault. That she deserves this? Maybe. Maybe not. I don't know anymore. Robert Chen's widow sent me a photo of him, smiling at a family barbecue, surrounded by grandchildren. She said she wants me to remember he was a real person, not just an abstract victim, that both I and her family lost something because of Victoria's choices that night. I keep that photo on my desk. It reminds me that this isn't just about my family's dysfunction, or Victoria's imprisonment, or my cleared record. There's a man who died, a family who lost him, and nearly a decade of lies that prevented anyone from facing the truth. I did the right thing. I cleared my name. I exposed what my family did to me. Victoria is facing consequences for her crime. My parents are facing consequences for their conspiracy. But the right thing feels hollow when you're 25, starting college as a freshman, watching your sister's children grow up in a broken home, and knowing that your entire family hates you for telling the truth. Sometimes, justice just means everyone loses in different ways. I'm not in prison anymore, but I'm not free either. None of us are. Victoria killed someone. I took the blame. She lived my life for 9 years, and now she's in prison while I'm trying to build a life from ruins. There's no winner here, just a dead man, a shattered family, and the belated, bitter taste of truth. Parents embezzled my inheritance to fund my brother's lifestyle, so I reported them to IRS. I'm 27 years ago, and just discovered my parents have been embezzling from the trust fund my grandmother left me. They've taken over $380,000 in the past 9 years to fund my golden child brother's expensive lifestyle, while telling me the trust was invested poorly. I reported them to the IRS for tax fraud, and they're now facing federal charges. My entire family says I've destroyed them over money. My maternal grandmother died when I was 18. She left me a $500,000 trust fund, managed by my parents until I turned 25. The terms were clear. The money was mine for education, and then full disbursement at 25. My parents were trustees with fiduciary duty to manage it responsibly. Throughout college, I asked for tuition payments from the trust. My parents said the fund had underperformed, and they could only give me partial amounts. I took out $40,000 in student loans to cover the gaps. Meanwhile, my brother Marcus, 3 years older, was living large. New car, luxury apartment, expensive vacations, all while working a mediocre sales job. When I turned 25 last year, I requested full disbursement. My parents said the trust was worth only $95,000 due to bad investments and market losses. I was devastated, but accepted it until my uncle, my grandmother's son, mentioned that he'd set up an identical trust for his daughter, and it had grown to over $600,000 in the same time frame. That didn't add up. I hired a forensic accountant to review the trust. She found systematic withdrawals categorized as investment fees and management costs, totaling $380,000. But these weren't legitimate fees. They were cash withdrawals deposited into my parents' personal accounts and then transferred to Marcus. My parents had been stealing from my inheritance for 9 years to fund Marcus's lifestyle. New car? My trust fund. Luxury apartment? My trust fund. His investment in a failed business? My trust fund. They'd taken everything my grandmother left me and given it to their favorite child. When I confronted them, my dad said they'd borrowed the money and planned to pay it back. My mom cried, saying Marcus needed help getting established and I was always more independent. That they'd done what they thought was fair because Marcus struggled more than I did. I said, embezzling from your daughter's inheritance isn't fair. It's theft. They said I was overreacting and could sue them in civil court if I wanted my money back. But family doesn't destroy family over money. So, I reported them to the IRS. The trust withdrawals were supposed to be documented as distributions to me, with appropriate tax treatment. Instead, my parents had been hiding the money, not reporting it as income, and committing tax fraud for nearly a decade. The federal investigation moved faster than I expected. IRS agents interviewed me, reviewed the forensic accounting, and subpoenaed my parents' financial records. What they found was worse than I'd imagined. Not only had my parents stolen from my trust, but they'd been committing tax fraud on multiple fronts for years. The $380,000 they'd taken from my trust fund should have been reported as distributions to me, with me paying taxes on it. Instead, they'd categorized it as fake fees, and neither they nor I had paid taxes on it. But that wasn't all. Marcus had been reporting significantly lower income than he'd actually received because the money was coming from my trust through my parents, rather than as legitimate income. My parents had essentially created a tax evasion scheme that benefited Marcus while destroying my inheritance. The IRS charged my parents with tax fraud, failure to file accurate returns, and filing false documents. Marcus was charged as well for underreporting income. All three are facing potential federal prison time, plus massive fines and back taxes. My mother called me hysterical, saying I'd destroyed the family. That yes, they'd made mistakes with the trust, but getting the federal government involved was vindictive and cruel. That they could lose their house, their retirement, possibly go to prison, because I couldn't handle disappointment maturely. My father sent a different message, cold and threatening. Said I'd always been ungrateful, that they'd raised me and given me everything, and this is how I repaid them. That if they go to prison, it's on my conscience. That I'm dead to him. Marcus has been posting on social media about how his vindictive sister is trying to destroy the family over a financial disagreement. That I'm jealous of his success and using legal technicalities to punish my parents for treating him well. His friends have been messaging me, calling me a spoiled brat who can't handle not being the favorite. But here's what they're not saying. I worked through college while taking loans because my parents claimed my trust fund was depleted. I lived frugally, graduated with debt, and started my career carefully managing money. Meanwhile, Marcus lived lavishly on money stolen from me, never knowing sacrifice or financial stress. Extended family is divided. My grandmother's siblings are furious. She left that money specifically for my education and future, and my parents violated her wishes. They're supporting my decision to report the fraud. But my father's family thinks I've gone too far, that civil court would have been sufficient, that criminal charges against your own parents is unforgivable. My dad's brother told me, you could have sued them in civil court and recovered the money. Instead, you chose to potentially send them to federal prison. That's not justice. That's revenge. Maybe he's right. I could have pursued civil remedies, but civil court would have taken years and cost tens of thousands in legal fees I don't have. More importantly, they'd committed crimes. They'd stolen from me systematically, lied about it repeatedly, and then committed tax fraud to hide it. The prosecutor asked if I wanted them to offer my parents a plea deal. They could plead guilty to reduced charges, pay back taxes and fines, and potentially avoid prison time if they made full restitution. I said no. I want them charged with everything they did. My therapist asked if I was seeking justice or punishment. I said both. They stole my inheritance, funded my brother's lifestyle with it, lied to me for years, and felt entitled to do so because they're my parents. That deserves punishment. The case has progressed over the past 6 months. My parents' lawyer tried to negotiate a settlement where they'd pay me back over time in exchange for me asking the IRS to drop charges. I refused, and the prosecutor explained that's not how federal criminal cases work. The government is the plaintiff now, not me. My parents pleaded guilty as part of a deal. My father got 18 months in federal prison plus 3 years probation. My mother got 1 year plus probation. Marcus got probation and community service as a first-time offender who cooperated. They collectively owe over $200,000 in back taxes, penalties, and fines. They had to sell their house to begin paying. The judge's statement during sentencing was damning. She said my parents had violated the most basic fiduciary duty, protecting their child's inheritance, that they'd stolen from their daughter to give to their son, then compounded it with years of tax fraud, that the breach of trust was particularly egregious coming from parents. My mother sobbed through the sentencing. My father stared at me with pure hatred. Marcus avoided looking at me at all. The rest of the family sat silent in the courtroom as my parents were led away. I'm getting about $125,000 in restitution after lawyers, fees, and taxes. Not the $380,000 they stole, and certainly not the $500,000 my grandmother left me, but something. The rest is going to the IRS and legal fees. Was it worth it? I sent my parents to prison. My father will serve 18 months in a federal facility. My mother will serve 1 year. They'll be convicted felons for the rest of their lives. My family has been shattered, and I got back about a quarter of what was stolen from me. Some relatives have cautiously reached out. My grandmother's sister told me she's proud I stood up for myself and honored my grandmother's wishes. She said my grandmother would be horrified by what my parents did and would support my decision completely. But my father's family has completely cut me off. They believe I could have resolved this without destroying my parents' lives, that I chose the nuclear option out of spite and jealousy toward Marcus. Marcus posted a long Facebook rant about how I've always been the difficult one, and how he's not responsible for our parents' financial decisions, conveniently leaving out that he spent hundreds of thousands of dollars that he knew came from somewhere but never questioned. My brother is 30 years old. He spent nearly $400,000 of my inheritance over 9 years. At some point, he had to have wondered where that money was coming from. His parents worked middle-class jobs. Where did he think they got the cash to fund his luxury lifestyle? He chose not to ask questions because the answer would have required him to have a conscience. I'm in therapy, processing everything. My therapist says I did what I needed to do to hold them accountable, but that doesn't mean it won't hurt. That you can make the right decision and still grieve the family you lost in the process. I grieve what could have been. If my parents had just managed my trust fund properly, I'd have graduated debt-free with $500,000 to start my adult life. Instead, I have $40,000 in student loans, eventually got $125,000 in restitution, and sent my parents to federal prison. They made their choices. They chose Marcus over me. They chose theft over honesty. They chose tax fraud over admitting what they'd done. Every choice was theirs. I just chose not to protect them from the consequences. People ask if I feel vindicated. I don't. I feel sad. My parents are in prison, my brother hates me, my family is fractured, and I'm sitting here with a fraction of my inheritance wondering if there was another way. But every time I doubt myself, I remember sitting in my parents' living room at 25, hearing that my $500,000 trust fund had somehow become $95,000. I remember the genuine tears my mother cried explaining how the investments had failed. I remember my father's condescending explanation of market losses. They looked me in the eyes and lied about stealing from me. For years. And they did it to give my inheritance to my brother because they loved him more. That's not a mistake. That's not a misunderstanding. That's systematic betrayal by the two people who were supposed to protect me most. So yes, I reported them. Yes, they're in prison. Yes, I'd do it again. My grandmother left me that money because she believed in my future. My parents stole it because they believed in Marcus more. The IRS convicted them because they committed federal crimes. I'm not the villain in this story, even though my family has cast me in that role. I'm the daughter whose parents loved her brother more and proved it by embezzling her inheritance. The money is gone. The family is gone. But at least the truth is finally out there. And my parents are facing the consequences they spent 9 years trying to avoid. Some betrayals are too fundamental to forgive. This is one of them. My family used my sperm donations without consent to create children. I'm suing for custody. I'm 25 million male, and I just discovered my mother and 2 sisters used sperm I donated for medical research to create 3 children without my knowledge or consent. They accessed my donations through my mother's position at the fertility clinic where I donated, forged consent documents, and inseminated themselves with my sperm. I now have 3 biological children, ages 2, 1, and newborn, being raised as my nieces and nephew, except they're actually my children. When I found out and confronted them, they said they wanted good genetics in the family, and I should be honored to be their sperm donor. I'm suing for full custody of all 3 children and reporting my mother for the theft. My family says I'm destroying 3 innocent children's lives by playing technicalities, when I'd already donated the sperm anyway. I donated sperm in college for medical research, not for fertility treatments, specifically for research into male infertility and genetics. I signed extensive consent forms stating my donations would only be used for research, never for reproduction, and would be destroyed after the studies concluded. I was paid $50 per donation and did it maybe 20 times over 2 years. My mother worked as an administrator at the fertility clinic affiliated with the research center. I didn't think anything of it at the time. It's a large medical complex, different departments. 2 years ago, my older sister Lauren announced she was pregnant via sperm donor. She was 28, single, and wanted to be a mother. She said she'd used an anonymous donor through a sperm bank. My family was supportive. She had a daughter, Aria. A year ago, my younger sister Megan also announced she was pregnant via sperm donor. She was 24 and in a same-sex relationship. Said they'd used an anonymous donor. She had a son, Ezra. 3 months ago, Lauren announced she was pregnant again with a second sperm donor baby. Just gave birth to another daughter, Lily. I thought it was coincidental that both my sisters had chosen sperm donors around the same time, but people make their own reproductive choices. I was happy to be an uncle. Then, last month, I was at Lauren's house and Aria, who's 2, came running up to me. Lauren showed me recent photos, and I was struck by how much Aria looked like my baby pictures. Same eyes, same smile, same facial structure. I commented on it. Lauren laughed it off, said families share features. But something felt wrong. I went home and looked at photos of all 3 kids, Aria, Ezra, and newborn Lily. They all had similar features, features that looked like mine. Same nose shape, same mouth, same ears. I couldn't shake the feeling. I ordered DNA testing kits and asked my sisters if I could do fun, uncle DNA tests with the kids to see genetic similarities. They seemed uncomfortable, but agreed. The results came back. 50% genetic match with all 3 children. Not uncle. Father. I was the biological father of my sister's children. I confronted them separately. Lauren broke down first, admitted that yes, she'd used my sperm, that our mother had provided it from the research donation samples, that they'd wanted their children to have family genetics, and knew I had good genes. Megan admitted the same. Our mother had accessed my sperm donations from the research program and provided them to both my sisters for artificial insemination. I was in shock. I donated sperm for research, not to father my sister's children. I asked if our mother knew what she was doing. They said it was her idea. I confronted my mother at her office, asked her directly if she'd taken my sperm donations from the research program and given them to my sisters. She admitted it immediately, seemed proud even. She said she'd seen an opportunity to keep genetics in the family, that my sisters wanted children. I had excellent genetics, and as the only male in our immediate family, it made sense for their children to carry our family DNA through me. I said I donated for research, not reproduction. She said the sperm was just biological material, and once I donated it, I'd given up any say in how it was used. That I should be grateful my genetics were being passed on through my sister's children. I asked about consent. She said I'd already consented by donating. I explained that research consent and reproduction consent are completely different. She waved that off as technicalities. I researched the legal implications. What my mother had done was theft of genetic material and fraud. What my sisters had done was reproduction using stolen genetic material. The 3 children were biologically mine, created without my consent, and being raised as my nieces and nephew. I consulted a lawyer. She was horrified, said this was a clear case of theft, fraud, and reproductive coercion, that I had several legal options: criminal charges against my mother, civil suits for emotional distress, and most significantly, parental rights claims. Because I was the biological father and had never consented to sperm donation for reproductive purposes, I had potential parental rights to all 3 children. I filed paternity claims for all 3 children, demanded custody evaluations, filed criminal complaints against my mother for theft of genetic material and against the clinic for improper handling of research donations. My family exploded. Lauren said I was trying to take her children away, that yes, she'd used my sperm, but she was their mother, and I'd only donated biological material, that I had no right to claim fatherhood when I hadn't raised them. I said I never consented to father her children. She'd stolen my genetic material. That makes me the biological father whether I'd planned it or not. Megan was more sympathetic but still protective, said she understood I was upset, but these were her children. That she'd raise Ezra and I could be his uncle, but demanding custody was extreme. My mother was defiant, said she'd done nothing wrong, that my sperm was donated material and using it for her daughter's reproduction was family planning, not theft. That I was being selfish, claiming rights to children my sisters were raising. The legal process has been brutal. DNA tests confirmed my paternity of all 3 children. The question became, what are my parental rights when my sperm was stolen and used without consent? My lawyer argued I should have full parental rights because I never consented to reproduction. The sperm was stolen from a research program. This wasn't an anonymous sperm donation situation. This was theft and fraud. My sister's lawyers argued that I'd donated the sperm and therefore given up rights. That my sisters were the mothers who'd carried, birthed, and raised these children, and I was trying to use technicalities to steal children I'd never wanted. The court appointed a guardian ad litem for the 3 children to represent their interests. After months of investigation, her report was damning for my family. She found that my mother had improperly accessed research donations, forged documents to make it appear I'd consented to reproductive use, and facilitated what was essentially theft of genetic material. That my sisters knew the sperm was obtained improperly, but proceeded anyway. That the children deserved to know their biological father, and I deserved parental rights I'd been denied through fraud. The court's ruling came last month. I was granted joint legal custody of all 3 children, with my sisters maintaining primary physical custody. I get visitation rights, input on major decisions, and the children will be told I'm their biological father, not their uncle. My mother was convicted of theft and document fraud. She lost her job at the clinic and faces 2 years probation, plus significant fines. The clinic is under investigation for improper handling of research materials. My sisters are devastated. Lauren says I've destroyed her family by insisting on being called father instead of uncle. That Arya is 2 and doesn't need the confusion of learning her uncle is actually her dad. But I am her dad, biologically and now legally. I didn't choose to be, but my family took that choice away when they stole my sperm. Megan has been slightly more understanding. She admits what they did was wrong, but says the reality is that Ezra is here. She's his mother, and my insistence on custody rights is disrupting his life. I told her she should have considered that before using stolen sperm to conceive him. The most painful part is the children themselves. Arya is old enough to be confused about why uncle is now daddy. Ezra is too young to understand. Lily is an infant. I'm building relationships with all 3 as their father, not their uncle. It's awkward and forced and complicated. I didn't want to be a father at 25. I certainly didn't want to be father to 3 children I didn't know existed until recently. But they're my children. My genetics. Created without my consent, using my stolen sperm. Extended family is split. Some think I'm right to claim my parental rights and hold my family accountable. Others think I'm being vindictive and should just accept being an uncle to children who already have mothers. But they don't just have mothers. They have a father too. Me. I was denied that role through theft and fraud. Now I'm reclaiming it, and everyone acts like I'm the villain. My social life is destroyed. Dating is impossible. How do you explain you have 3 children with your 2 sisters because your mother stole your sperm? It sounds like something from a horror movie. Professionally, I'm worried about this affecting my career if it becomes public knowledge. Man fathers children with his sisters through stolen sperm isn't a headline that helps anyone. My sisters have to explain to their children as they grow up that their uncle is actually their biological father because grandma stole his sperm from a research program. That's trauma none of us chose, but they created. I'm receiving child support from my sisters, court-ordered to offset my new parental responsibilities. They're furious about it. Say they're paying child support for children they carried and birthed because I insisted on parental rights. But I have 3 children I didn't consent to creating, who deserve financial support from both parents. The fact that one parent is also their uncle and the other parent is also their aunt is a complication my family created, not me. People ask if I regret suing for custody. Sometimes. Being a father to 3 children under 3 wasn't in my life plan. But what was my alternative? Pretend they're just my nieces and nephew while knowing they're my children created through theft. I couldn't live that lie. So now I'm a father to 3 kids. Their mothers are my sisters who hate me. My mother has a criminal record, and family gatherings are impossible. My genetics are being passed on, exactly what my mother wanted. But instead of being a happy uncle, I'm a father fighting for rights to children I never chose to create. This is what happens when people steal reproductive material and think they won't face consequences. My mother wanted family genetics preserved. Now she's destroyed the family to do it. The children will grow up knowing their father is their uncle, and their mothers are their aunts. That their grandmother stole genetic material to create them. That their very existence is the result of theft and fraud. I didn't create this nightmare, but I'm living it now, as a 25-year-old father of 3 who can't even explain how his children were conceived without it sounding criminal. because it was criminal. My family committed crimes to create these children, and now we all pay the price. My sister's miracle baby is actually mine, stolen from my surrogacy. I have DNA proof. I'm 29 years old, and I just discovered that my sister Claire's miracle baby, after years of infertility, is actually my biological daughter stolen from my surrogacy arrangement. 3 years ago, I was a surrogate for an anonymous couple through a fertility clinic. My sister worked at that clinic. She stole my embryo during the transfer procedure, implanted it in herself, and has been raising my biological daughter as her own. When I found out and confronted her with DNA evidence, she said I'd given up rights when I agreed to be a surrogate, and I was being selfish trying to take her daughter away. I'm filing for custody and reporting her for theft. My family says I'm destroying my niece's life over biological technicalities, when I'd already agreed to give away the baby anyway. 3 years ago, I was a gestational surrogate. A couple had provided their egg and sperm, the embryo was created in a lab, and I was to carry their child for a fee. I'd never met them. Completely anonymous arrangement through a reputable fertility clinic. The embryo transfer procedure went smoothly. I was told everything looked good, but I never got pregnant. The clinic said it sometimes takes multiple transfers. We tried twice more over 6 months with different embryos from the same couple. None took. Eventually, the couple decided to pursue other options, and my surrogacy contract ended. I was disappointed it hadn't worked out, but these things happen. I moved on with my life. Around that same time, my sister Claire announced she was pregnant after 8 years of infertility. She'd had multiple failed IVF attempts and had been told she likely couldn't carry a pregnancy to term. The family was shocked, but thrilled. Everyone called it a miracle. Claire gave birth to a daughter, Emma, 2.5 years ago. I loved being an aunt. I visited frequently, helped with childcare, watched Emma grow. She was a beautiful little girl who looked remarkably like our family, specifically like me when I was a toddler. I commented on it once. Claire brushed it off as strong family genes, but the resemblance was striking. Same eyes, same nose, same mouth shape. Emma looked more like me than like Claire. Last month, I was watching Emma while Claire ran errands. Emma fell and scraped her knee badly. I took her to urgent care where they asked about family medical history. I provided what I knew, but realized I didn't actually know anything about Claire's pregnancy, whether she'd used donor eggs given her fertility issues, what Emma's complete genetic background was. When Claire picked Emma up, I casually asked if she'd used any fertility assistance for her miracle pregnancy. She got defensive immediately, said it was natural conception and I was being intrusive. That defensiveness made me suspicious. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Emma looked too much like me. Claire's sudden fertility after years of documented inability to carry pregnancies seemed impossible. I did something I'm not proud of. I collected Emma's DNA from a discarded juice cup and sent it for comparison against my own DNA through a private testing service. The results came back. 50% match. Not niece, daughter. Emma was my biological child. I was in shock. How was this possible? I'd been a surrogate 3 years ago, but never carried a pregnancy. Claire had been pregnant around the same time with her miracle baby. Then I remembered. Claire worked at the fertility clinic where I'd been a surrogate. She was a medical coordinator in the IVF department. I pulled up my surrogacy records and checked dates. My first embryo transfer was scheduled for March 15th. Claire announced her pregnancy in April. Emma was born exactly 9 months after my scheduled transfer. I confronted Claire at her house with the DNA test results, demanded to know how Emma was my biological daughter. Claire broke down immediately, admitted everything through tears. She'd been desperate for a baby after years of failed fertility treatments. When she saw I was scheduled as a surrogate, she'd accessed my file and learned about the embryo transfers. She'd been working with the embryologist who performed the transfers. On the day of my scheduled procedure, instead of transferring the embryo to me, they'd transferred it to Claire. She'd been prepared with hormone treatments to make her body ready for implantation. The embryo took in Claire, not in me, because I'd never actually received it. I had 3 embryo transfer procedures where they told me they'd transferred embryos. Each time, Claire had actually received the embryo instead. The couple's genetic material, the embryo created from their egg and sperm, had been stolen and implanted in my sister. Emma wasn't Claire's biological child. She wasn't my biological child either. She was the biological child of the couple who'd hired me as a surrogate, created from their genetic material, stolen before reaching my womb, and implanted in Claire instead. I was horrified. I asked if the couple knew their embryos had been stolen. Claire said no. The clinic had told them the transfers failed, and eventually the couple had pursued adoption. So a couple had paid for surrogacy, provided their genetic material, and been told the embryos didn't take. Meanwhile, their biological child had been growing inside my sister, stolen by clinic staff. And I'd been the unwitting decoy, undergoing fake transfer procedures while the embryos went to Claire. I told Claire I was going to the police and the couple who'd hired me. She begged me not to, said Emma was her daughter now, that she'd raised her for 2.5 years, that destroying her family over biological technicalities was cruel. I said, biological technicalities? They'd stolen embryos from a couple who'd paid for surrogacy and implanted them in her. That's theft of genetic material, fraud, and possibly kidnapping. Claire said I'd agreed to give away the baby anyway by being a surrogate. So what did it matter who raised it? I said it mattered to the couple whose genetic child was stolen from them. I reported everything to police, the fertility clinic's board, and started trying to locate the couple through my surrogacy records. The investigation moved quickly. The embryologist who'd helped Claire was still at the clinic. Under questioning, he admitted to the scheme. He'd been having an affair with Claire and had helped her steal the embryos as a favor. The clinic's records showed exactly what happened. 3 embryos meant for transfer to me had instead been transferred to Claire. The couple had been told the procedures failed and had been billed for transfers that never occurred. Criminal charges followed: theft of genetic material, fraud, embryo theft, and conspiracy against both Claire and the embryologist. The clinic faced massive regulatory violations and lawsuits. Finding the couple was harder. The surrogacy had been anonymous, but through legal channels and the clinic's records, investigators located them. They were James and Melissa, now in their late 30s. After my surrogacy failed, they'd adopted a son and built their family that way. They were contacted by investigators and told the truth. Their biological daughter had been born via stolen embryo implantation and was being raised by my sister. They were devastated and furious. They'd mourned the failed surrogacy, moved forward with adoption, and now learned their biological child had been alive all along, stolen and raised by someone else. They immediately filed for custody of Emma. DNA testing confirmed Emma was biologically theirs, created from Melissa's egg and James's sperm. Claire had no biological relationship to Emma at all. She was raising a stolen child. The custody battle has been brutal. Claire argues she's raised Emma for 2.5 years. She's the only mother Emma knows, and removing her would traumatize the child. She's fighting the biological parent's custody claim by saying her bond as the raising mother should override their genetic parentage. But James and Melissa argue their embryo was stolen. They never consented to Claire raising their child. Emma is their biological daughter who was taken from them through theft and fraud. The court appointed a guardian ad litem for Emma. Her report was complex. Emma is bonded to Claire, who's been her mother for 2.5 years. But Emma is genetically James and Melissa's child, stolen through criminal activity. Emma deserves to know her biological parents, and they deserve the chance to parent their stolen child. The judge ruled in favor of James and Melissa. They were granted primary custody, with Claire receiving supervised visitation as Emma's aunt, which she actually is to me. Emma will transition to her biological parents' home over 6 months with therapy to help her adjust. Claire is devastated. She's losing the daughter she stole and raised. She's facing criminal charges that will likely result in prison time. Her relationship with her affair partner, the embryologist, is public and destroyed her marriage. My family is torn. Some support the biological parents' right to raise their stolen child. Others think Claire should keep Emma because she's the only mother Emma has known, regardless of how Emma came to be hers. My parents are trying to support Claire while acknowledging what she did was criminal. They're angry with me for reporting it, saying I should have found a way to handle this privately without destroying Claire's life. But a couple had their biological child stolen from them. How was I supposed to handle that privately? Emma is my genetic niece. Claire is my sister. But she's also the biological daughter of James and Melissa. She was meant to be carried by me as their surrogate, but was stolen before reaching my womb. I've met James and Melissa. They're good people who are horrified by what happened. They're trying to build a relationship with Emma, while also being sensitive to the fact that Emma only knows Claire as Mommy. Emma will grow up knowing she was born from stolen embryos, that the woman who raised her first stole her from her biological parents, that her Aunt Claire is actually the woman who stole her. Claire will go to prison. Prosecutors are seeking 4 to 6 years for the embryo theft and fraud. She'll lose her daughter and her freedom. The embryologist got 5 years. My family blames me for reporting it, says I destroyed Claire's life and traumatized Emma by playing detective with DNA tests and not just accepting things as they were. But things as they were included a stolen child being raised by the thief, while the biological parents mourned their failed surrogacy. I'm processing my own trauma. I underwent 3 fake embryo transfer procedures. I was violated medically, had procedures performed under false pretenses. I was used as a cover story while embryos were stolen, and I watched my niece for 2 years not knowing she was my sister's stolen child. Emma is 2.5. She'll grow up knowing her origin story is theft, that multiple adults committed crimes that created her family situation, that her biological parents spent years not knowing she existed. Some families are created through love. Emma was created through theft. Claire says I destroyed her life over technicalities. I say I prevented her from raising a stolen child while the biological parents believed their daughter had never been born. There are no winners here. Emma loses the mother who raised her. James and Melissa get their daughter back, but she doesn't know them. Claire goes to prison for stealing a child. And I live with the knowledge that my surrogacy was used as cover for embryo theft. But at least the truth is out. At least Emma will grow up with her biological parents instead of the thief who stole her. That has to count for something. My family forced me to donate bone marrow to my sister, so I sued for medical battery. I'm 28 Emile, and when I was 19, my family coerced me into donating bone marrow to my sister Emily, who had leukemia. I was told it was just a simple procedure, and pressured relentlessly until I agreed. The donation left me with chronic pain and medical complications they never warned me about. 9 years later, I discovered they had me sign consent forms while I was sedated for pre-op, that the doctors had warned about serious risks my family hid from me, and that I could have legally refused. I sued my parents and the hospital for medical battery. I won $2.3 million. My sister's treatment is now in jeopardy because the judgment forced my parents into bankruptcy, and my family says I'm killing Emily for money. When I was 19 and Emily was 16, she was diagnosed with acute myeloid leukemia. She needed a bone marrow transplant. I was tested and found to be a perfect match. My parents sat me down and explained that I was Emily's only hope. No one else in the family matched, and finding an unrelated donor could take too long. They made it sound simple. A quick procedure, some discomfort, and I'd save my sister's life. They showed me pamphlets with smiling donors talking about the gift of life. They had Emily write me a letter begging me to help her. My extended family called, telling me I was her only chance. I was 19, scared, and overwhelmed. I said yes. I signed papers, or at least I thought I did. The medical team seemed rushed. My parents were in the room answering questions for me. I remember feeling confused about some of the terminology, but my dad kept saying, "It's standard, just sign." The donation procedure was more invasive than they'd described. They extracted marrow from my pelvic bone under general anesthesia. I woke up in severe pain. The doctor said recovery would take a few weeks. It took months. I developed chronic pain in my lower back and hips. I started having unusual fatigue and recurring infections. When I asked doctors if this was normal, they seemed surprised and concerned. One doctor asked if I'd been informed about the potential complications before donation. I said I'd been told it was a simple, low-risk procedure. The doctor looked uncomfortable and said, "Bone marrow donation, while generally safe, does carry risks, including chronic pain, nerve damage, and immune system impacts. That I should have received extensive counseling about these risks before consenting." I asked my parents about this. They said the doctors were being overly cautious and I was fine, that I'd saved Emily's life and should focus on that instead of complaining about normal recovery. But it wasn't normal recovery. 9 years later, I still have chronic pain. I've had 3 surgeries trying to address nerve damage. I had to change careers because I can't do the physical labor I'd trained for. I take pain medication daily and probably will for life. And I'm only 28 years old. Last year, I requested my complete medical records from the hospital where the donation occurred. What I found was shocking. The consent forms I'd supposedly signed were actually signed while I was already sedated for preoperative prep. The signature didn't even look like mine. It was shaky and barely legible. More damning, there were notes from the medical team expressing concern about the consent process. One doctor had written, "Patient appears uncertain and family is answering questions on his behalf. Recommend independent consent counseling." That recommendation was overridden by my parents, who insisted we were running out of time. There were risk disclosure documents I'd never seen, detailed explanations of potential complications, including chronic pain, 5 to 10% of donors, nerve damage, 1 to 2% of donors, and long-term fatigue and immune impacts, unknown long-term data. None of this had been explained to me. My parents had received these documents and never showed them to me. I found emails between my parents and the hospital. My mother had specifically asked if they could streamline the consent process because I was anxious and asking too many questions. The hospital had agreed to have me sign forms during pre-op sedation rather than in a clear, unmedicated state. This was medical battery. I hadn't given informed consent. I'd been coerced by family pressure, denied critical risk information, and then had forms signed while I was sedated and unable to make independent decisions. I consulted a medical malpractice lawyer. She reviewed everything and said I had a strong case against both my parents and the hospital. That what they'd done, obtaining consent under sedation without proper risk disclosure, was illegal and constituted battery. I filed suit against my parents for coercion and against the hospital for medical battery and failure to obtain proper informed consent. My family was apoplectic. Emily called me crying, said I was suing the people who'd saved her life, that I'd agreed to donate and now I was trying to get money out of a good deed. I told her I'd been coerced and lied to. She said I was rewriting history because I regretted helping her. My mother said I was being vindictive over normal medical complications, that bone marrow donation was safe, and my chronic pain was probably psychosomatic or unrelated. I showed her the medical records proving I'd developed documented complications that should have been disclosed before I consented. My father threatened to countersue me for defamation. I told him to go ahead. Everything I'd stated was documented in medical records his lawyer could review in discovery. The lawsuit went to trial. My lawyer presented the consent forms signed under sedation, the medical notes showing concerns about the consent process, the risk documents I'd never seen, and the emails showing my parents had pressured the hospital to rush the process. The hospital's defense was weak. They admitted the consent process had been irregular, but claimed my parents had represented my wishes accurately. My lawyer showed that wasn't how informed consent works. It requires the patient to personally understand and agree to the risks, not have family members speak for them. My parents' defense was that they'd been desperate to save Emily and did what they thought was necessary. That I'd ultimately benefited from helping my sister, and any complications were unfortunate, but not their fault. The jury didn't buy it. They found both my parents and the hospital liable for medical battery, awarded me $2.3 million, $800,000 for past medical expenses and lost wages, $1 million for future medical care and pain management, and $500,000 in punitive damages against the hospital for their consent violations. The judgment destroyed my family financially and emotionally. The hospital's insurance paid their portion, but my parents were personally liable for $400,000 in damages. They didn't have that money. They had to declare bankruptcy, lost their house, and are now living in a small rental. But the worst consequence, one I didn't anticipate, was the impact on Emily. She's 25 now, and her leukemia relapsed last year. She needs another bone marrow transplant. My parents can't afford to help financially because of the bankruptcy. Their insurance is minimal now, and I'm not a match for this second transplant. She needs to find an unrelated donor. The bankruptcy means my parents can't contribute to her medical fundraising. The judgment money I received is legally mine and protected, but my family is begging me to use it to fund Emily's treatment. They're saying I benefited from her illness, and now I should pay for her care. I've refused. The money is for my ongoing medical treatment and pain management for complications I developed from a donation I didn't properly consent to. Using it to fund Emily's treatment would essentially mean I donated not just my bone marrow, but also my financial future. Emily sent me a letter. She said she understands I was hurt by how the donation happened, but she's dying now and needs help. That the $2.3 million could save her life. That I can't claim to love her while refusing to use money I got because of her to help her. But I didn't get money because of her. I got money because my family and a hospital violated my medical autonomy and left me with lifelong complications. My extended family has mostly sided against me. They say Emily is dying and I'm wealthy from a lawsuit about helping her. That morally, even if not legally, I should help fund her treatment now. Some family members understand my position. My mom's brother, who's a doctor, said what my parents and the hospital did was indefensible, and I had every right to sue. That informed consent exists for a reason, and I was denied that right. But most of the family sees it simply. Emily needs money for treatment. I have money from a lawsuit related to her treatment, therefore I should help her. I'm standing firm. I didn't ask for these complications. I didn't ask to be coerced into a medical procedure with undisclosed risks. I didn't ask for chronic pain that will affect me for the rest of my life. The settlement money is for managing those impacts, not for funding my sister's current medical needs. Emily's GoFundMe has raised about $80,000 so far. She needs about $500,000 for the transplant and treatment. My parents keep sharing posts suggesting I could help but choose not to. Some posts directly say I got $2.3 million from Emily's illness and am now letting her die. My lawyer sent a cease and desist about the defamatory posts. Some family members took them down, others doubled down, saying I'm prioritizing legal threats over Emily's life. The moral question haunts me. Do I owe Emily help now because I was forced to help her before? Does my lawsuit money carry an ethical obligation to fund her current treatment? My therapist says no. That I was victimized by my family and the medical system, won compensation for that victimization, and am not obligated to give that compensation back to the people who harmed me, even to help the person whose illness was used to manipulate me. But Emily is my sister. She's dying. I have money that could save her, and I'm saying no. Some days I feel righteous about it. I'm protecting my own medical future after being violated. Other days I feel monstrous. I'm letting my sister die when I could afford to help. I've offered to contribute $50,000 to her GoFundMe. That's what I can afford without compromising my own medical fund. My family rejected it as insulting, a fraction of what I owe given that I got rich off Emily's illness. So, I've contributed nothing. Emily's fundraising continues, and I'm the villain who sued his family for saving his sister's life and now won't use that money to save her again. The truth is more complex. I was coerced into a medical procedure that left me disabled. I sued and won compensation for that violation. My sister is sick again and needs money I now have. Those facts all exist simultaneously, and I don't know if there's any decision that makes me anything other than either a victim protecting myself or a brother letting his sister die. My family has chosen their narrative. I'm cruel and greedy. I've chosen mine. I'm a victim of medical battery protecting my settlement. Emily is still dying, and I'm still living with the consequences of a donation I never truly consented to. There are no winners here. Just a family destroyed by coercion, illness, and competing claims to victimhood. I got justice through the lawsuit. But justice doesn't feel like winning when your sister might die, and everyone blames you for having the money to save her. My family used my identity to build credit, then ruined it. I'm pressing charges against them all. I'm 24 Emil, and I just discovered my entire family has been using my identity since I was born. My parents, 2 older siblings, and even my aunt have credit cards, loans, and utility bills in my name, totaling over $270,000 in debt. When I found out and confronted them, they said I owed them for raising me. I've filed police reports against all of them, and they're facing felony identity theft charges. Now they're claiming I'm destroying the family over helping each other out. I found out completely by accident. I was applying for my first apartment after college, and the landlord ran a credit check. I was rejected immediately. Confused, I pulled my own credit report and nearly had a panic attack. There were 23 credit accounts in my name. Credit cards from when I was 14, a car loan from when I was 11, a mortgage from when I was 7 years old. My credit score was 470. I called my parents in shock. My dad answered, and I asked if he knew anything about credit cards in my name. Long pause. Then he said, "We'll talk when you come over." That's when I knew they'd done something terrible. At their house, my whole family was waiting. Parents, my older brother Derek, 28-year-old male, my older sister Amanda, 26-year-old female, even my Aunt Lisa, who I'd always been close with. My mom was crying before I even sat down. My dad explained that they'd been building my credit since I was young by opening accounts in my name. I said, building credit doesn't leave you $270,000 in debt. My dad got defensive, said they'd had financial difficulties over the years and used my social security number to share the family burden. That Derek needed a car for work, so they got a loan in my name when he was 20 and I was 12. That Amanda's student loans had been rejected, so they took private loans in my name when I was 15. That the mortgage in my name was for the house my Aunt Lisa bought when I was 7 because her credit was bad from a bankruptcy. My mom said they'd always planned to pay everything back before I needed my own credit. That they'd been protecting me by giving me a credit history for when I was older. My sister Amanda said I should be grateful because at least I had established credit now, even if it was damaged. I asked about the credit cards maxed out in my name. My brother Derek admitted those were his. He'd opened cards in my name to fund his lifestyle when his own credit was maxed out. He actually said, "What's the big deal? We're family. Your credit is my credit." I walked out. Filed police reports against all 4 of them the next day. The detective said this was one of the most extensive family identity theft cases he'd seen, spanning 17 years, multiple perpetrators, over $250,000 in fraudulent debt. Now, they're all facing charges, and my family is acting like I'm the criminal. The criminal investigation moved quickly because the evidence was overwhelming. Every account in my name had been opened using my Social Security number, but the signatures didn't match mine, obviously since I was a child for most of them. And the addresses were my family members' addresses, not mine. My parents were charged with identity theft, fraud, and child exploitation. Derek and Amanda were charged with identity theft and fraud. My Aunt Lisa got hit with mortgage fraud on top of identity theft. They're all facing potential prison time, up to 15 years for my parents because they started the scheme when I was a minor. My parents hired a lawyer who's trying to argue they had implied parental authority to use my identity for family financial management. The prosecutor laughed when he heard that argument. She said, "Parents don't have authority to commit felonies against their children, and opening fraudulent accounts in a minor's name is exactly that, a felony." The family has launched a full-scale campaign to get me to drop the charges. My grandmother called crying, saying I'm sending my own parents to prison over money problems. I told her it's not money problems. It's $270,000 in fraudulent debt they created using my stolen identity. She said, "That's what family does, help each other out, and I'm being selfish." My uncle showed up at my job, said my parents were just trying to survive and made some bad decisions, that I could ruin their lives over this, or I could be the bigger person and forgive them. I asked if he'd forgive someone who stole his identity and destroyed his credit for 17 years. He said it's different when it's family. Derek sent me a long text saying I was overreacting. That yes, they'd used my information, but they'd always intended to fix it before it affected me. That my timing for finding out was just bad luck. If I'd waited a few more years, they would have paid everything down. I asked how they'd pay down $270,000 when they were still opening new accounts in my name as recently as 6 months ago. He stopped responding. Amanda was more honest. She called me and admitted what they'd done was wrong, but said turning them into police was worse. That I could have handled this as a family, worked out payment plans, fixed things privately. Instead, I'd chosen to destroy everyone's lives with criminal charges. She said her career is over. She works in finance, and a fraud conviction means she'll lose her job and professional licenses. I told her she should have thought about that before taking out $47,000 in student loans in my name. She said I was cruel and vindictive, and this proved I'd never really been part of the family. Then she said something that made me realize how deep the dysfunction ran. "You always thought you were better than us." My Aunt Lisa has been the most manipulative. She wrote me a letter saying she'd had a bankruptcy when I was young and couldn't get a mortgage, that she'd needed a stable home for her own children, my cousins, and my parents had suggested using my Social Security number. That she'd been making mortgage payments on that house for 17 years, and now I was going to destroy her over something that hadn't even affected me. Except, it had affected me. That mortgage in my name, which she'd defaulted on 3 years ago, was one of the main reasons my credit was destroyed. The foreclosure was on my credit report. I couldn't get an apartment, couldn't get a car loan, couldn't get approved for credit cards. Her choices had directly impacted my life, and she was acting like she was the victim. The preliminary hearings have started. My family shows up in court looking like respectable middle-class people being persecuted by their ungrateful son, brother, nephew. They dress nicely, cry at appropriate moments, and their lawyers paint them as people who made mistakes during financial hardship. But the evidence is damning. The prosecutor showed the timeline. Accounts opened when I was 7, 11, 14, 15, 17, and continuing into my adult years. She showed the amounts, over $270,000 total. She showed my credit report, destroyed. She showed my rental application rejections, my loan denials, the impact on my life. The judge asked my father directly, "Did you have permission from your minor child to open credit accounts in his name?" My dad said, "I'm his father. I didn't think I needed permission." The judge said, "That's identity theft, sir." The trials are ongoing. My parents took a plea deal to avoid trial. My dad got 4 years in prison. My mom got 3. Derek is going to trial and looking at up to 10 years. Amanda took a plea for 2 years. My Aunt Lisa is negotiating but likely facing 3 to 5 years. The financial side is complex. The credit bureaus have flagged all the fraudulent accounts, but removing them and repairing my credit is a slow process. I filed for victim restitution, but the reality is my family doesn't have $270,000 to pay back. They'll likely be ordered to pay, but actually collecting will be nearly impossible. I'm working with a credit repair specialist and a lawyer who handles identity theft cases. Slowly, account by account, we're getting the fraudulent debts removed from my credit report. It's taking months. Each account requires police reports, affidavits, proof I didn't open them. It's exhausting. My family's narrative has shifted from, "We did nothing wrong," to, "We made mistakes, but he's overreacting." Extended family members keep trying to mediate. They want me to write letters to the judge asking for leniency. They want me to agree to drop civil suits in exchange for my family getting probation instead of prison. I've refused everything. My parents stole my identity when I was 7 years old and continued for 17 years. They didn't stop because they felt guilty. They stopped because I caught them. Derek was still opening credit cards in my name 6 months ago. These aren't old mistakes. This was ongoing criminal activity. My grandmother hosted a family intervention without telling me what it was. I thought it was her birthday dinner. Instead, I walked into a room full of relatives who spent 2 hours telling me I was destroying the family, that my parents were good people who'd made mistakes, that prison wouldn't help anyone, that I should forgive and move forward. I asked if anyone would hire me with a 470 credit score and $270,000 in debt. Silence. I asked if anyone would give me an apartment. Silence. I asked if any of them would want their identity stolen and their credit destroyed. My uncle said, "That's different." I left. Haven't spoken to most of them since. The few family members who support me are the ones who've been victims of my parents' financial schemes too. Turns out I wasn't the only one. My parents had borrowed money from relatives and never paid it back. They'd been managing my grandmother's finances, and somehow her savings had disappeared. There's a pattern of financial manipulation throughout my family. Robert Chen's widow from the previous story reached out after reading about my case in the local news. She said watching me hold my family accountable reminded her of the importance of truth, even when it's painful. She encouraged me to stay strong. That message helped more than she knows. I'm 24 and starting completely over. My credit is slowly being repaired. I'm living with roommates in an apartment that required a massive deposit because of my damaged credit. I'm driving a 15-year-old car I paid cash for because no one will give me a loan. Meanwhile, my parents are preparing for prison. Derek is likely joining them. Amanda's career is over. My aunt lost her house to foreclosure and her reputation to a criminal conviction. People ask if I feel guilty. Sometimes. When I think about my mom crying in court. When I think about my dad's face when he heard his sentence. When I think about how my nieces and nephews will grow up with parents in prison. But then I remember that I couldn't rent an apartment. That I was rejected from jobs because background checks showed $270,000 in debt and defaults. That I'd planned to start graduate school but couldn't because I couldn't get student loans with destroyed credit. They didn't just make a mistake. They built their entire lifestyle on my stolen identity. My childhood, my teenage years, my early 20s, all of it was marked by them actively committing crimes using my name. I'm not destroying the family. They destroyed themselves by stealing from a child and thinking they'd never face consequences. The prosecutor told me I saved my own life by reporting this. That if I'd waited longer, discovered this at 30 or 35, the damage would have been catastrophic and potentially irreversible. that catching it at 24 gives me time to rebuild. So, that's what I'm doing. Rebuilding from nothing at 24 because my family stole my identity for 17 years. They're going to prison. My credit is slowly recovering, and I'm learning that sometimes the family you're born into is the one you need to escape from. I don't regret pressing charges. I regret that it was necessary. But those are different things. My family made their choices. I'm just making sure they face the consequences.